So it is 6:31. Welcome everyone to the March 10th Select Board meeting. I'm Roger Arnold. As chair of the Norwich Select Board, I find that due to the state of emergency declared by Governor Scott as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic and pursuant to Addendum 6 to Executive Order 0120 and Act 92, this public body is authorized to meet electronically. In accordance with Act 92, there is no physical location to observe and listen contemporaneously to this meeting. However, in accordance with the temporary amendments to the open meeting law, I confirm that we are providing public access to the meeting by electronic means through Zoom. All members of the board have the ability to communicate contemporaneously during this meeting through this Zoom platform, and the public has access to contemporaneously listen and, if desired, participate in this meeting by raising your hand to the Zoom platform, either by going to the icon to push raise hand, or if you're participating by phone, please push *9, and then when recognized, *6 to unmute yourself. I think that is it. I can also confirm that there is a phone number provided in the agenda should anyone have any difficulties accessing this meeting. I am joined here by Mary Layton, Vice Chair Claudette Brochu, Marcia Calloway just joined us, and then Rob Gear.
Vice Chair Mary Layton.
Of course, Vice Chair Mary Layton, that's right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And that's important because this is, we've reorganized.
Reorganized, yes.
And so to that end, welcome, Marcia. Marcia, can you hear us? I can't see you. Marcia? I see her. That's great. And I just we just need to
unmute.
I was 3 times. Oh,
there
boy.
you go. Woo! Yeah, our full board. Okay, great. I know how nerve-wracking for all of us, but you're here. Okay, so I'm going to begin. The first, we just welcomed you, Marcia. I don't know if you had heard that, and we introduced everyone, and welcome to the members of the public. Okay, so the first item on the agenda is the approval of the agenda. And then, Mary, I think you had a question about the motion sheet, and that was sent around. Have you, as the person who often makes our motions, have you had the benefit of getting a copy of it?
Okay, well, what I have is screenshots of it, which Herb sent around. Is that accurate, Herb? Or should I try to get?
That is,
sorry, we accidentally forgot to get it out today, even though that we chatted about it internally. So since I'm at home, the best I could do was take a photo of it and email the photos.
But that corresponds to the one that Miranda sent out a few minutes later.
Yep.
yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I had one that would work for tonight. Thank you.
Yeah, whichever one's clearer for you.
Okay.
Yep, I've got one here, so good.
Great. So
did you send one round anyway at some point?
So it was,
yeah,
so let me just confirm the motion sheet. Okay, so it was emailed around, right? Miranda did email it, so she just emailed it after Herb sent us screenshots. So 2 of our wonderful town employees tried to get us the motion sheet. So, but it is emailed now, so we should have it in our email like we usually do, just a little bit later. Okay. So great.
I sent my version at 6:14 p.m.
Yeah, that's what I'm showing on my inbox.
Okay, great.
So a little earlier next time would be good, but yeah, we got it.
I don't see it yet, but maybe it'll show up. Oh, there it is. Got it.
Good.
Okay. So let's approve our agenda. Is there a motion?
I move to approve the, oh no, wait a minute. We don't have an agenda. We usually don't do that. I move to approve the agenda.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Rob. Okay. Any additions, deletions, reordering? Okay. Go ahead, Marcia.
Well, I was just going to say, the correspondence, I don't know how you're going to deal with that, but we've got that down on the agenda.
I'm going to proceed with the correspondence policy that we have on file. And then, when we get to the correspondence policy, we may proceed differently.
And there's ability to share the screen, right, Roger, so that people could see the proposed changes?
I do have that ability.
Okay, because Marcia might not be aware of, what's capable, what is able to be done in a meeting, so,
Yeah, I can do screen sharing and things.
right. Okay,
Great. So I'm hearing no changes to the agenda. So I'm going to ask for all in favor to raise your hand. Okay, great. We've approved our agenda. Okay. Next is public comment. Are there any public comments for items not on the agenda? Thank you for raising your hand. Stuart, go ahead. Please state your name and locatable address for us. You have to unmute. You have to unmute, sir. I'm sorry.
I think I'm unmuted.
Yes.
Okay. Stuart Richards, and I've been locatable at 82 Elm Street for the last, I don't know, getting close to 40 years. So I hope you'll view what I am about to say in a constructive sort of way. The first thing that I'd like to mention is the Finance Committee. To me, it makes no sense to spend a lot of time appointing people to a committee that, by all reports, seems to have been ignored. The people who are on that committee, as far as I can tell, were pretty knowledgeable people. They have a lot of background in finance, and I think they could have made quite a large contribution. So I would hope that this is not a dead letter, and that, if you can resurrect that and get those same people who I think very highly of to make a contribution. They were willing to make a contribution at one point, but they seem to have been ignored. So and I think it's a shame. So next thing I wanted to mention is the lawsuit related to the open meeting law. And there again, it seems to me that the select board has the ability to talk to Chris Kentucky, who filed the lawsuit, and see if you can't reach some kind of an accommodation so that you don't spend more than, I don't know, the select board's already spent 15 to 20 grand on the open meeting law. And it seems a shame to me to keep on spending a lot of money on something that perhaps can be resolved without going to court. So I wish you'd act accordingly and try and avoid court if you possibly can. So last thing that I want to mention is the sign situation, which I believe has been not treated properly. And there again, there's the possibility of negotiation and discussion before it goes any further. So again, I hope you'll view what I'm saying constructively, but the downside to this is that you're going to spend a lot more money, and it may be just spent needlessly. So thanks for hearing me out, and hope you act accordingly. Take care. Thank you.
Thank you, Stuart, for your 3 public comments. Have taken some notes. Cheryl Lindbergh, I believe your hand was up next.
Hi, Cheryl Lindbergh, 59 Koch Road. I was curious if the town manager's report is going to include an update on the potential reopening of Tracy Hall at some point and what that might look like. And that was my question. If it's going to be later in the agenda, then I'm happy to wait till that occurs.
I believe our town manager has heard your question. So thank you for asking it. Do you have, was that all, Cheryl?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then next is Doug Wilberdine.
Yeah, I had a question on the town manager's contract, if there's been any discussions about his contract and where the town stands with that.
Okay. Well, as you have seen, well, actually, I'm going to be very disciplined and take public comment, and then if there's a need for a future agenda item, then we will make it. So I'm going to thank you for your comment. Okay. Does that make sense? Stuart Richards, would you like to make a public comment? You have to unmute yourself.
I need somebody to pinch me to unmute myself. So there's an agenda item on this agenda, I think, where you're going to go into executive session where you should be in executive session to discuss what Doug was talking about, if I'm not mistaken. So I don't know if that answers Doug's question, but it seems like that it is being addressed on this agenda.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you for that. Yes. Okay. Are there any other public comments? Are there any select board comments? And so, Marcia, we usually use the select board comments for sort of news or announcements or things of that nature. Is there, so just so you know.
Thank you. No news from me.
Okay. Any other select board comments? Okay,
Nope.
Excellent. The next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. Marcia, if there's any correspondence that you would like to pull out in lieu of our current policy, this would be the time to do it, just so you know.
I'm assuming that all of the correspondence that was received in time is listed at the bottom of the agenda.
That's exactly right.
Okay. There was one article in the packet that I thought was omitted from that, which is the John Carroll article.
So Miranda, could you provide any clarification? Did you receive any John Carroll article from the packet? Do you need more?
I don't recall seeing anything from John. No.
It's something to do with organizational broad planning. It's dated March 21, and it's
There was
So
there was something that I was asked to include with an agenda item that's in the packet.
So Marcia, just to clarify, that was under the agenda item. I asked Miranda to include it under agenda item 10 because we've previously used that for a similar exercise, and so I wanted to make board members aware of it, and I will more properly introduce and contextualize it. Are you suggesting that it should have been also included under correspondence?
Yeah, just because even though it's germane to the discussion, it's not put forth by a board member, and so I'm not sure why it would get different treatment.
Claudette, you have your hand up.
Because it was sent a year ago, 2 years ago, as part of our goal setting for that select board. So it was not a recent piece of correspondence sent by John Carroll. It was historical work that he had with the board in setting goals. And I can't remember if it was 2019. Yeah, I believe it was 2019.
Well, I thought it said March 21, so that's why I was confused.
It was a document that was dated March 20th for the purposes of goal setting. It should not be treated. It's not in correspondence because it's indeed not correspondence. Mary, do you have your hand up?
Yes, it's just in reference to correspondence received, which I do am in support of accepting, but it's a correspondence that by Amanda Archer that will help sort of inform some of the discussion about the Child Care Committee. So just if that could be discussed at that
So
time.
is there a motion for to approve the consent agenda? If anyone would like to pull anything for further discussion, we can include that in the agenda. I believe that.
Okay, so I just have a procedural question about that. So
Okay.
usually we would discuss the correspondence right away.
Mhm.
So if that should be the case with that particular piece, should we discuss it then, or could we discuss it as part of the Child Care Committee update? Like at that point in the meeting?
I think that would be appropriate to do. I mean, for sure.
Is that the sort of a board view as well? It's just, we've never done that before, I don't think. So maybe Claudette has
So,
some ideas
so
about
I
it.
would just like to explain like what I would like to see happen, and then we could maybe talk about it.
Sure.
So, because we're truly reorganizing, right? We're getting the lay of
Yes.
the land here.
Yes.
So when we have a consent agenda, the reason why you have a consent agenda is because you can take one action to move several materials. That is my understanding. And so this motion asks for the approval of the consent agenda, which includes correspondence, AP warrants, meeting minutes for, there's 1, 2, 3, there's 4 meeting minutes. And so if we were to approve the consent agenda, the action that will be taken is the meeting minutes would become approved meeting minutes, the correspondence will be accepted, and the AP warrants will be authorized for signature. So that is what will happen if we move the consent agenda. If we would like to treat anything separately from the consent agenda, we were to pull it out and discuss that. That is
Well,
how we proceed.
Right.
And
since
this is not new. Okay.
But
Yeah.
since it's already, it would pertain to an already existing agenda item, we'll just leave it. Like if we accept it, then we could refer back to it because it will have been accepted.
Right. And I think what we're learning from what I learned, and then I see your hand, Marcia. What we learned is that we might want to treat some things that have normally been grouped into the consent agenda a little bit differently, namely correspondence. Okay. So the motion that I would ask is to move the consent agenda in its entirety, and the actions that would be taken is as I described. So is there a motion for that? But let me first get to Marcia's question, and then I might want to ask for that motion. Go ahead, Marcia.
To the extent that we were talking about other items, the document or email that Chris Katuki sent is germane to what we're going to be talking about with the master financial policies. So I think that should be included as if correspondence. Is that possible?
So, okay, so what I will say too, let me just clarify, and members of the public forgive us as we get our bearings. So I would say that the agenda item for the master financial policies, the action that is requested or the action that is listed there is to reaffirm them. And that the idea is that in the discussion plan, we would discuss any policies that needed to be amended for further action. So what I might say is if there are policies that we would like for further action, perhaps in lieu of some of these suggestions we have seen, there's likely a future agenda item from that should we take that action. So, which is to say that the correspondence that we received after the deadline could become more meaningful correspondence at a later date. And then I should have been maybe more clear in that action item that we're reaffirming the policies, but there's an opportunity to, do as I described. Does that help, Marcia, in any way with your concern?
It does.
Okay. Go ahead, Claudette. Do you want to do this? No, I'm kidding.
I move to approve the consent agenda.
Oh, thank you.
I second it.
All in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
Cheryl has a request.
Aye. Aye. Thank you, Claudette, for that. And so normally I would turn back to our public before we take that final action, but I admit to being a little flustered by that extensive discussion. So Cheryl, go ahead, please, your public comment.
Thank you, Roger. Cheryl Lindbergh, 59 Koch Road. I looked over the warrant and I just wanted to point out that, you know, for perhaps the board as well and Herb, I noticed a couple of accounts being used that are inconsistent with what I think the expenditure is. And I'm going to point out a couple and that's it. And in the future, if you'd like me to try to get on this sooner, I'll try to write an email. But one on page 1 of the warrant to ABC is being expensed to program wage expense. And I wonder if that's correct. It's for trail grooming to an LLC company. So I don't know why that's a wage. And on page 2 at the top, under the Delta dental insurance, the second line is expense to Vermont retirement instead of Delta insurance. So I was just wondering if those are ones that need correcting. And I guess the last question I had on the warrant was for the Vermont Association of Chiefs of Police. And does that stay with the town or does that go with the chief, the membership in that organization? Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl. So, so this is why it would have been, so next time I'll be sure to take that public comments and other comments before we take the action. So in light of any of that, are people comfortable with her responding to these questions and have it be part of the next packet? Or would we like to hear from Herb at this point? I'm looking for some
I would like to hear from Herb on those line items.
Herb, are you able to shed some light? I recognize that Becky might, there might be another staff member who might know more specifically.
Yeah, I'll have to check on the ABC one to make sure that that's done appropriately. And then the Delta Dental, she either got the wrong account or wrote the wrong notation on it. But I'll check on that one. And then the last one, the Police Association membership is for the police chief that's here. I know that Chief Frank will continue her membership when she goes into Windsor, but Windsor will pick that up with the next when the next membership dues are due.
I see that Bree is here. Bree, is there anything or any of these your line item? No.
It's the groomer, the one that the trail grooming is related to what she's been doing up at Norwich Farms and I think down at Huntley Meadow.
Okay, great. So do board members have clarity?
Yes, thank you.
So thank you, Cheryl. Let me move on to the next item on the agenda.
We have to vote.
Oh yeah, okay. But we did vote. We did vote already, Mary.
Are you sure?
I don't think we didn't vote. Okay.
No.
So I called it, but we didn't. Okay.
Right.
Excellent. So which is great. So now all in favor, say aye or raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye. Excellent. Okay. That was 5-0, Miranda, all in favor. Whew. Okay. So the next, we were in 5 minutes. I had asked Rebecca Holcomb of the Child Care Committee to come to present for us, or rather we had discussed, but I had informed her that we would get there at 7. So I'm wondering if our town manager, but she hasn't joined us yet. So I'm wondering if our town manager might be willing to begin his town manager report while we wait for the chair of the Child Care Committee to join us. So go ahead, Claudette.
I'm just a little concerned about reordering the agenda after we said, after we approved the agenda as it was written.
So I will stall in that case. Thank you for your concern. So the Child Care Committee, the one thing I would have said to introduce this is that this is an ad hoc committee essentially, and that there are no term appointments, and that in the charge for the Child Care Committee, we set an expiration date essentially, and she has just joined us, but I'll finish. we had sent an expiration date for 6 months after it was authorized. So that is April, and the charge was authorized in October, right? And then we asked, the charge also requested a midpoint check-in, which is essentially what we will now be hearing. So thanks to my delaying, Rebecca has joined us. Thank you, Claudette.
Return. There.
Does Rebecca know that she's
Yes,
muted and,
she is here. Welcome,
okay.
Rebecca. I just sort of introduced that this committee was in response to a town plan action item, and that the charge had expiration date essentially for 6 months after its authorization, and that it also included an update where we will hear from your work and then you know, make a decision about any guidance that we can offer, and we may or may not, of course, then extend the authorization, so to speak. So, so welcome. Would you like to introduce yourself? And then I know that you probably have a screen to share with us as well.
Sure. Thank you. First of all, thank you. And thank you, Mary, for setting the table. And thank you, Roger, for inviting me to the meeting tonight. And thank you all for your service. I'm happy to come today. My name is Rebecca Holcomb. I was the designated chair of the Child Care Committee. And I'm thrilled to have a chance to come back and talk to you about the report that Mary submitted and the work of the committee so far. I can screen share if that's helpful, but I also know that people had received or should have received in a packet let me see how I can do this. Trying to share right now. Whoops. Should have received in a packet a set of PowerPoints, and if it's easier, we can work from those as well. Did you get the PowerPoint in your packet?
Right, and we were in receipt of at the time was a draft because we had asked for a tight turnaround, and then we're also in receipt of extensive correspondence with an introduction from Mary.
Okay.
So we
Well,
haven't.
why don't we go to the PowerPoint? Let me see if I can share with you if this works. Is that all right?
Roger, don't you have to give, somebody has to give her permission? Share this.
I already have, no worries. Here we are.
All right, do you have my screen?
We do.
Looks
Yeah.
good.
Okay, perfect. All right, so what we did is, as you may know, the committee was convened last fall. We actually had our first full meeting with the full committee in February, I believe, if Mary, I'm right, because people weren't all able to show up until then. And I really have to hand it to this committee. It's been a terrific committee. People have been doing a tremendous amount of work outside. And so we've been able to make some good progress. And I think in the process of that, realized that the work that we wanted to do to really help the select board be in a position to make good decisions was a little bit more involved than we could do on the initial timeline. What I thought made sense tonight was to tell us go back from the more in-depth memo that will answer questions about that and talk about three things. First of all, what the charge was as we understood it. And that's an opportunity for you to just sort of help us make sure we understand what it is you want from us. And then also what we propose to do to help answer that charge. And I'll talk you through some of the preliminary work we've done and what we found. And then finally, what we're hoping from you tonight by way of further direction and maybe some action. So the first thing I wanted to do is on the slide in front of you right now. And what I'm playing back to you is our understanding of what it is that the select board is hoping for from this subcommittee. And our understanding is that our role and our value to the select board is doing some of that substantive research and presenting you with options so that as you go to decision making, you actually have a solid foundation to inform your judgments and your decisions. So the questions that we understand that you want answered are first and foremost, the question that you came to us with was, should childcare be a part of the core municipal funded activities? Well, it already is, in that the select board, if you look at the recent ballot that we all voted on, we already make some investments in childcare, and we also use some of the school facilities. But it was the perception of the committee that that actual decision is a decision for the select board. It's not actually a decision for the committee to make. But where we do have value to the select board is to lay out some of the considerations around how childcare could be provided and what the current supply and needs are in the town of Norwich. So with respect to charge, we felt where we can do the most is helping to outline what currently are the specific costs for improving affordable and childcare in the context of Norwich. What is the existing capacity? And some of this is easily available publicly, but in that you can look online and see what childcare providers operate in Norwich and how many slots they are. But to really understand the capacity in Norwich, you actually excuse me, need to work with the provider to understand how many of those spots are held by Norwich residents, how many are taken by residents from other towns, and also where are Norwich families attending childcare outside the town of Norwich. And also to understand what the demands of families are. It's very clear, excuse me, that there's more childcare available for families who of 3 to 5 year olds than there is for 0 to 3 year olds. But we also don't know what the appetite is of families for care for those children. And whether the gaps we're seeing are structural because there isn't care, or just because parents aren't choosing to access care that is available. So those are the kinds of decisions that we can research and provide good feedback to you on. So that was our understanding of the charge. Are there any questions or comments on this so far?
Do any board members have any clarifying questions for Rebecca at this time? You can nod your heads. I'll look through my Zoom. I see that Marcia has her hand up. Is that right, Marcia? You may go ask.
Yeah. Yeah. It may be premature and you may be getting to this as you go along, but I'm just wondering if you've sort of, I sort of think of, when someone is footing a bill or providing the funding for something, it's an assumption of responsibility and an assumption of some risk. So is that something that you're looking at as part of your matrix? And I'm also wondering, in my experience here, it was basically the Norwich After School program that we relied upon, and there were a number of things that were available for us. And I'm just wondering if you've had any opportunity to talk to Pitt Connor or people who have provided childcare in the past to find out their experience and what went wrong or what went right. Just, as part of figuring out, I'm interested in what type of research you're going to be doing.
Yes, I can go to unless there are other questions, Marcia, those are excellent transitions to where we're going next. So I can move us to the next slide and come back if other people have other questions later, because I think you've hit on some of the key issues that we're going to have to try to pull apart and understand. And I think we know that there is risk. We also know that there are very diverse funding streams. There's state investments, there are parental investments, there are federal investments that may be coming our way. The town of Norwich already makes some investments in this. And where the risk lies differs depending on the kind of care or the situation we're talking about, but also the statutory responsibility of different providers. So part of what we are hoping to do is to really begin with a robust inventory of what care already exists and how, to the best of our ability, we can figure out parents use care currently, and also get some input on to what extent does it meet their needs or not meet their needs, and why. Because people may or may not use available care for a variety of reasons. They may have a grandparent at home who provides care and choose not to use a registered childcare setting. They may not be able to find care, even though they desperately need it. And we've heard of a case of that already. So it's partly we can see, again, what supply exists, and we see some evidence that there's shortages in some areas and maybe not so much in others. but we don't know why. And so part of the talking that we propose to do with the providers and with the parents, and we will be reaching out to both, is to begin to answer some of those questions, so that, again, when you sit down and actually are making decisions, you have the benefit of that broader input. So just to go through some of the committee items that we've been focused on, we're really addressing, first and foremost, what do we know first about the estimated demand or need for childcare in Norwich, and any gap between supply and estimated demand. And to do this, we've concluded that we need to interview and survey both the providers of care, and we've already had close conversations with several of them, and they actually helped us develop a tool that we could use more broadly with some of the other providers of care for Norwich residents, and also some of the families. And we're currently working on developing a survey that could be used with families to identify what are the choices they made around childcare, why they made those choices, what barriers they see, and what opportunities they see. And again, this research is descriptive. We're not telling you what to do. We're telling you what parents and providers say, so that as the board makes its decisions, it has the benefit of that research. In terms of potential barriers to increasing access to affordable quality care in Norwich, some of this has come out of research from statewide available data and statewide reports, and some of that information is in the memo that Mary sent. We know that there are some pretty significant changes taking place in this sector. We can see a very clear pattern statewide, it's not unique to this area, of shifting in the regulated childcare sector away from family cares towards center-based care, towards bigger programs that are childcare centers, and also school-based programs. And that appears to be true if you look historically and then at the current data in Norwich around what providers are existing in Norwich and providing care to normal families in Norwich. So what we hope to do is look at some of these trends and try to get what information we can, look at markets, and try to put these pieces together to help the select board evaluate also what we see as potential barriers, but what's the evidence behind that, and how doesn't it affect not all families, but different families who may have different needs. For example, we know that there are generous state subsidies for families who are economically disadvantaged. And it's also clear that there's a benefits cliff. There's a threshold at which those benefits begin to taper out. And parents may experience financial challenge around affording care relative to parents at other places in the income distribution. To the extent that the select board has information, it may help them understand some of the patterns we're seeing in the demand for childcare in Norwich families. So I don't know if that answers your questions, Marcia, a little bit. Just those first two.
The beginning.
Yeah, and then there's more. So with respect to 3 and 4, the next set of questions that the committee proposed to take on, and if you look again at the document that Mary had shared with the committee, you saw that each of the questions and the sections and the proposed work was broken out by question. After looking at supply and demand and some of the financial and other barriers to access to care, we proposed to do a scan, sort of a proposive sample of strategies that municipalities have taken across Vermont to engage in supporting affordable care and access to affordable care. And this will hopefully represent a diversity of models. So we hope to look at everything from, for example, Burlington has subsidized, provided additional subsidies to bring down the cost of care for eligible families. It is also subsidized expansion of capacity in childcare and helped providers expand the number of slots that they were able to offer to Burlington residents. There are other communities where they've used existing municipal facilities to provide them to a contracted childcare provider, a private provider who came in and used a municipally owned facility, but in a way that substantially brought down the cost of care so that became more affordable. And this was underutilized space within municipal facilities. We're looking at some models where the select boards haven't played an active role in financing, but what they have done coordinated or maybe supported market studies that enabled the development of a private provider, a center-based care program. And one of the examples that's been brought to the committee is a case study in Randolph that Bob Haynes, one of the committee members, has been involved in. So our hope is to give you a robust and relatively diverse set of models for how municipalities have approached responsibility and risk and financing of child care, so that as you weigh the future for Vermont and for Norwich in particular, I'm sorry, not Vermont, but for Norwich, you have the benefit of not just data around Norwich and what works and doesn't work in Norwich and what the available sources of care are in Norwich, but also examples from other municipalities around how they've tried to grapple with some of the same challenges that we're hearing in Norwich, so that you don't feel like there's just one solution, but you have access to a variety of solutions and can think about what makes sense in the context of Norwich in particular. And some of these are significant investments, and some of them involve almost no investment at all. Norwich is a community that's making some investment already. You'll see that you'll fall somewhere in the middle of those different options. And then the last one is to help lay out in a very concrete way what some of the additional trade-offs or considerations the select board might want to keep in mind as it evaluates options and considers whether and how, if it does, to invest in childcare. And this could include laying out the legislative landscape. We know right now that the House has just moved a bill out of committee that is fairly ambitious with respect to financing support for childcare statewide. And it would be wise to know what is coming legislatively at the state level, but also at the federal level, as you think about the role of the municipality in making sure that our families are supported and cared for right here in Norwich. So that's an example of a state consideration. There are others as we look at funding changes and other legislative changes that may affect the school district or the provision of other programs and tax rates. You know, every decision you make is really a decision about what the best way is locally to achieve our goals. And without awareness of how legislative decisions are going to impact both the school and the municipality, it's difficult to manage that landscape without that full information as well. So that's an example of the kind of information we want to make sure is in a report, so that when you make any decision or recommendation, you're doing it with that full set of information behind you. So Marcia, I don't know if there's more there, but that's a very brief overview of the scope of work we were hoping to present, because we really feel that to make a good decision for the community, you actually need more information than just how much care is already here, and more information than parents saying we don't have enough care. You need to know what care parents are worried about. When people say that, why they're saying it. Is it a parental decision? Is it a municipal responsibility? How does it tie into housing issues? These are the kinds of issues that we can try to help lay out so that you can make more informed decisions. Are there any questions about that so far?
I'll look for everyone's hands. Does anyone have any questions right now at this point? Marcia, go ahead. You have a follow-up. Go ahead.
Just when did you say it came out of committee, and what do you expect in terms of legislation?
Well, I think it's always I think no one really knows. It came out of committee this week, and it should move to the Senate. The short-term effect is that there will be a little bit more money in the bill, about $3 million more than in the current proposed budget, mostly to support training. One of the big challenges that the childcare sector has had is because of persistently low wages, they have trouble recruiting and retaining staff. This bill proposes to provide some financial help for the kinds of education and credentialing that the childcare providers need and the private providers. If you're talking about the school-based pre-K, they have to meet it because they have to meet criteria for certified teachers. This would be targeting exclusively private providers and making sure that the educators in those settings have a little bit, it's a first come, first serve. It's not enough to meet the whole state's needs, but it would provide some basically financial aid or low interest loan support to providers who need to get educated to be qualified to run their programs. There should also be some additional subsidy targeting low income families. So it's going to primarily be financial assistance for people whose income puts them at the lower end of Vermont's income scale. Not we are probably the state with the lowest representation of economically disadvantaged families in the state right now, the last time I checked. So it's not going to make a huge difference on tuitions in Norwich, though there will be families that benefit and will hopefully have expanded access because of that. Longer term, the bill proposes a study that by 2023 should come back with a set of recommendations for how to subsidize or support childcare access so that families don't spend more than about 10% of their income on childcare. So that would be a significant benefit for families. What the legislature hasn't figured out is a funding scheme for that right now. And that would be 2 years out. So that would be in the next biennium.
Thank you.
So board members, we have about 10 more minutes that we've left for this agenda item. And so I just want to, I sense that we might be saving some of our questions. So I'm going to encourage Rebecca to, we have the benefit of going through a little bit more of the slides. And so then I'll leave about maybe 3 to 5 minutes for any follow-up. And I also see that we have some public comment.
Okay, so I tried to keep it very short. So we feel that there's a lot to know, and we actually have some tremendous expertise on the committee, including people who have experience developing surveys and doing this kind of information gathering and analysis. And we wanted to take advantage of it. We feel it's a pretty policy volatile time. There's a lot happening at the state, a lot happening at the federal level. And we want to make sure that you have the benefit of information about that, because you need to make decisions that these are long-term decisions and you need to make it with that full information. So we are proposing an alternative timeline because we don't think it's possible, particularly without any kind of funding or ability to contract, we don't feel it's possible to give you the benefit of this expertise on the proposed timeline and the initial charge. Here's a timeline that we're putting back to you for consideration. We did submit the interim report with preliminary background, and I think Mary laid out in there both our proposed work. It was a little difficult to read, I know, but that's because we were trying to get it ready for the deadline. And also some preliminary background information, which I think does a nice job of setting the table based on the work and the discussions we've had in the committee around what are the changes taking place and what do we know from the current existing state reports about the state of childcare in Vermont and locally. We would like to be able to continue this analysis of supply and demand, administer the tools that we've developed to the providers and to parents, and to follow up with targeted interviews as appropriate. We'd also like to do a little more time on clarifying potential sources of revenue to support this, not just municipal, but also looking at what changes at the state level, what potential opportunities there are for private partnerships. Certainly in other communities, there's been a significant private sector interest in supporting childcare as well. It's critical to supporting and retaining their own workforces. And just to give a better sense of what those are and what the potential might be based on what we've seen in other areas. And propose to have some of that back to this board in a preliminary report by July of 2021 in a second interim report. And then to spend some time, and we actually will start this earlier, so it's possible some of this will be available earlier, but to do more work to pull together municipal examples from across the state, looking at both what's done, how it's been funded, what the impact has been, and what are some of the other risks and policy financial considerations to be considered with each of them, again, so that we've done some of that preliminary work for you by fall of 2021. And then to really take the time to polish this and put it back in a more digestible format so that it's more accessible and hopefully can support your decision-making priorities at that point. So this is our proposed timeline for you that we think will give you a better document. And certainly I have no doubt that the work our committee members are doing is on par with some of what we've seen in other places. And would love to be able to present you with a more robust report by December of next year.
Thank you so much. I think I'm going to ask that you unshare your screen, if that's okay, Rebecca.
Absolutely.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay. Great. Does anyone have any other questions or comments for Rebecca? Well, go ahead, Mary.
Just hoping that, I'm hoping that the board will agree to extend the timeline. Saying that, because I think we can provide a very good product, but we need a little more time.
Yes, and housekeeping, an action is not planned for this agenda item, but I think we have a very clear action with a very clear motion, perhaps for our next meeting, right? And so I think we've had the benefit of extensive report in our packets, and now the benefit of this presentation of a recording, which I certainly will refer back to. So I will say to your question, Mary, I think that that motion would probably be on the table for our next meeting.
Okay.
Does anyone disagree with that that recommendation procedurally? Okay. But if there's no more select board comments, or, I think, this is an opportunity to, we'll have that formal motion, but this is also an opportunity to, if nothing else, praise this work if you have no questions. So does anyone have any comments, I'll say? So I have two questions, but go ahead, Rebecca. Oh, but you go ahead, Rebecca.
Well, actually, I was just going to say, and if there's something we've missed, I mean, again, our job is to support you by providing good information that helps you evaluate your options. Is there something not expressed in this proposed scope of work in the work that Mary put forward that you really like us to look at because you think you need it to make good decisions?
The one question I have is, I think what's really, this committee has broad representation from the school, the business community, certainly folks with who've worked in educational settings. We have a robust rec department. I know that Bree Swenson has attended some of your meetings. So I think one of the things to consider is how this might relate to the operations of that department. That might be a little sort of out of scope, but I think like if there's a way where maybe the town manager or Bree could come up with to be in dialogue with the work of this committee, right? Because I think certainly we haven't charged this committee with an after school program, right? We've asked them a much broader question about childcare needs. But that may or may not be part of the picture.
I think that's a great point, Roger. And I think it actually makes sense if Bree has the time to sit down and talk through with Bree. I think that I'm as a parent of two children who have now left the Norwich school system, I know I counted on the municipal programs as childcare on many an occasion, and I consider many of the activities enriching and life-changing for my kids, but they also took care of my kids when I was working. And so I think that is an important part of the landscape in Vermont. It's also clear that the school is supporting childcare in the form of making the buildings of the school available for municipal programs, but also for there's a partnership with the Norwich Nursery School. It is also true that some particular approaches to childcare could potentially have an impact on school budgets and school facilities as well. So, I say that when we talk about early care and learning, people tend to think about through third grade, and there are if you are going to make good decisions, you need to not only know what the impact on the program you're promoting is, but what other unintended consequences there might be on other programs within this context as well. So your caution and your request is a very, very good one, Roger, and I will make sure that we take the time to talk to Bree and see how that municipal program fits into this broader conversation.
And Bree writes in the chat that she's happy to do this.
I saw. And she's
yeah.
helpful on so many occasions in so many ways. So
I have one question, and then I'll turn back to Marcia, and then we'll get to public comment unless board members don't have any more. The other question I have is, one of the difficulties I know with parents is how difficult it is to assess quality of childcare, that there may or may not be sort of universal like benchmarks, right? I think in part because of the supply and demand question, you don't think to question, what are the educational opportunities in my childcare choice or selection? So I don't think that, it needs to be an explicit part of the committee's work, but I do wonder about that question of, to what extent should educational opportunities or quality, be a part of this assessment. So that was my only other question.
So I think that's an important question. And I think this is an area where also there are things that we can tell you and there are things we can't. I mean, what we can see in Norwich is that we don't have any registered family cares in Norwich anymore. We used to, we don't anymore. When people leave registered care, it's also possible that there are people providing childcare in the informal sector, and we can't speak to the quality of those arrangements. The state does have a STAR system for evaluating regulated cares, and it is a set of quality metrics that are used and actually that are attached to differences in subsidy levels and funding levels. So the state does privilege higher quality or higher STAR set cares when determining subsidy levels. And what we could do is we could help clarify in the context of talking about what financial support is available. We could also talk about how quality ratings through the state system drive some of that eligibility for funding as well. And that might help clarify. And we could also certainly identify in an overview, what are the available tools to parents already, because there are information sources at the state that you could look up as a parent to get some input on or some information about all of the cares in Vermont in the region. And we'll look at New Hampshire as well, because some families do get childcare in New Hampshire. I think that will hopefully address.
Yes, that's great.
Taking notes on this, but Mary can help me remember.
And then Marcia had a question, then I see Mary, and then I would like to take public comment if that's okay. Go ahead, Marcia.
I was just going to encourage getting as much history as we could from people who've tried this before. Gosh, 25 years ago or whenever it was, our kids were in the Montessori that used to be here, and that's gone now. They were in the NAS, and that left, and we had difficulty, as I remember. I think I was on the board of one of those. And the difficulty were that we were not allowed to use the school facilities. So, people were having problems coming up with a public place. And so we used the church. We couldn't use Tracy Hall. I think those kinds of things would be useful to find out, what the challenges were and why is it different now? Are there going to be spaces available? Do we have a stock?
Yeah, I think we can speak to some of that. We know that the regulations are much tighter. I mean, I remember being a school principal years ago, and we ran after school programs in the school. Now, to do that, we would have to be regulated not only as a school, but also as a childcare. So it's working with two agencies, and it's a different set of regulations. And I think that may be why NASP is gone. I'm not sure, but I do know that there has been one of the challenges to using school facilities, if the school is involved, is how do you get that place approved or regulated as a childcare, which is a requirement if there's any parental funding. So there is a regulation component to that, which has driven out certain kinds of care arrangements. I think it's also probably why there's so few family cares. To meet the quality standards for high quality care is hard. And if you're only serving 3 to 5 kids and parents can't pay more than $15,000 a year, the economics just aren't there anymore for small programs. I mean, I think that's a reality that if you look at the document that Mary provided, you can see that in a period of about 2 years, the state lost about a quarter of its capacity for care, mostly in family cares, and particularly for 0 to 3-year-olds. And the other piece of that was we do know that some programs that provided care for 0 to 5-year-olds, if they lost their 3 to 5-year-olds to a pre-K program, that actually broke their business model. And some of the centers, had trouble financially because of that as well. That we have come through a very volatile couple years on childcare, and we are still in a volatile period. And so we can tell you what some of the moving parts are, but we can't tell you exactly where we're headed because I don't think the state knows right now. So we will do our best to outline what the providers are telling us are the pinch points in terms of how the state is or isn't going to solve them. I think, that book is yet to be written. So there is risk. I think that probably is why you're asking the question about risk.
Yeah, that's one of the questions.
Yeah.
So,
It's not unlike healthcare. Mary, you have your hand up.
That is true. In more ways than you know.
Just to circle back to correspondence from Amanda Archer. She's my
Please.
across the street neighbor. She's a dentist. She moved with her husband, who's also a dentist from Texas in the middle of COVID with 3 kids. And they're taking over a local dental practice where the dentist is retiring. So they have tried out a facility that was accessed by Route 5 North, which eventually had to move because of basically of safety and environmental reasons. So just in thinking about that, just to have a new center, there's so many considerations that have to do with not only the educational requirements, but also the physical requirements of a plant. You have to have proper parking. You have to separate where the children come in from where the deliveries are, so you don't have an inadvertent accident. In the case of that particular property, there was a sightline issue with Route 5 South, where there was a dip in the road. So someone could be going fast, they pop up over the knoll, and there's a driveway to the daycare center right there. So there were, I think our developmental review board did really well in exploring all those safety issues and environmental issues. Some of the parking was on grass, but that would quickly deteriorate to dirt, which would be impermeable. All kinds of issues of just the physical layout of the site, as well as the educational aspects that have to be considered. But it was also, I think, a hardship for this family to come in and to have a fabulous program near to home. And then it had to leave because they couldn't sort out the physical layout of the site so that it would be safe for the children. So, it just shows how complex the whole situation is. And also what the need is. I mean, these people are adding value to more dentists in our state. They're adding to the Norwich community and the wider community. They've got kids in the school. And I think this is why the state of Vermont is, very concerned that we can all find a way to address these problems. So.
Right. Thank you, Mary. I think a lot of people have written about that DRB regulatory issue and questioned, our policy values as a consequence. So so thank you for bringing up the fact that it is intersectional, if you will. And so yes. Doug Wilberdine, did you have a public comment? I saw you put your hand back down.
I did, but I know you guys are kind of running over.
Go ahead.
Rebecca made a comment about next year, but your slide says December of 21. So I think you may have just misspoke. I think you meant by the end of this year.
Yes.
I understand there's just 2 kids in the school system that get state support. Is that what your data shows?
Well, we are focused on 0 to 5-year-olds. I can tell you that in terms of eligibility for free and reduced lunch, I think Norwich is always the lowest representation. Or
Yeah,
near,
it just-
near the bottom. I think, and I think this ties to some of the housing issues, but I think it's one of the things that we will probably address in the report, or at least put on your radar, is that there will probably be some changes in the education funding formula to be a little bit more progressive, and that is going to have an impact on Norwich as well.
Right. It might be helpful in your slides if you just start with it's 0 to 5. Then everyone knows you're just doing 5 and below. It also kind of sounds, and maybe I'm reading between the lines, but it sounds like ultimately you want to find financial support from the town to support this, not just physical structures and physical hosting of childcare, but it sounds like ultimately there's a request for money from the town to support this.
I don't think that is the role of this committee. I think the role of this committee is different. And one of the reasons I didn't, I think, Roger, you used the intersectional word, and I think intersectional is a good word. And I'm trying not to oversimplify, but childcare is 0 to 5 because historically we've provided public education from kindergarten through 12, and we also provide some state support for 3 to 5 year olds already. But we also have parents who need after school care, and some of them enroll in the municipal recreation programs, and some of them attend after school programs. So that it's actually for more than that. And part of what we're trying to do is just map what that universe of care is, just so people know, and people also understand the relationships between these different sectors. And one of the reasons I don't say 0 to 5 is if you look at a lot of the some of the programs that are coming in, particularly early preschool type programs, some of them go preschool, some of them also go all the way up to kindergarten. And if another program opened up a kindergarten in town and children decided to enroll there, I did a little bit of noodling around with the tax rate. And if 5 kids who would have gone to Marion Cross go to a different kindergarten in town, that would probably be about 2 cents on our tax rate right now because of the way the funding formula works. So,
okay. So
again,
you said,
I'm not trying to
Sorry,
tell you what to do. What I am trying to do is work with this committee to help map out how things work so that when the select board makes a decision to do nothing or do something, they're doing so with good information based on the reality. And sometimes investments end up saving you money, sometimes they don't. If we don't map out these relationships, those select board won't be able to make those decisions in an informed way. But again, this
Okay.
committee has no decision-making responsibility.
no, I understand. I'm sorry. I thought you said it's only for 0 to 5, and then you're saying it's not. So I just wasn't clear if it's
Yeah.
0 to 5 or it's not.
Well, to the extent that the school already provides, accessibility to the buildings after school, or the municipality does through the rec program, we are already making investment in after school care for families. It's revenue neutral in that space is already there, and you're not paying more to make it accessible, but it's an in-kind donation, if you will. And so I think it's important to acknowledge that.
Okay.
Great.
Thank you. I remind public comments to be directed to the chair, just for the sake of keeping a Zoom meeting, which is more difficult, in order.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Doug. So are there any more follow-up comments from the board members? If not, I would like to, I think we should all thank Rebecca Holcomb, Mary Layton, for her. Obviously, she's a participant in this committee, and then we should expect a future agenda item to, with that one slide in particular that asked for some authorizations. We're ready to move on.
Thank you so much. And I just want to thank Miranda, who's helped us on multiple occasions with technology as well. And thank you so much, everybody, for supporting this work.
Thank you.
Take care. Bye-bye. Thank you.
So much. Okay, so I thought our break was next, but it is not. We have our town manager report. So I asked Herbs very specifically to narrow in on giving us some updates on some open positions, which is why you saw that extensively sort of listed. But Herb, is there something that you want to specifically bring to our attention, or would you take board member questions?
I'm going to do both. I always take questions from the board, but I did try to highlight the three major points that you got, as well as some other things that were in there. The finance department continues to be a work in progress, as you're well aware. The nice thing is that with Seth coming on board, he's getting more and more in tune with this. The next meeting, we'll have the next iteration of the financial monthly report. But I also want to give you an update that he really has started to dive into the policies and procedures for internal controls. He and I have already discussed basically, it's a 3-page document of all the different policies he's looked at so far, where he has questions, suggestions. We're working through that. And then ultimately what he's going to be doing is preparing more of a formal piece that will be, that I can share with the board as well, so that where there may be things that affect you, say at a policy level, they'll have a level of consensus. And that's the type of thing that he would bring up as part of the monthly reporting when we have the financials anyway. The police chief position is pretty clear in there in terms of what's going on. Basically, for the survey so far, as of this afternoon, there was actually 208 surveys instead of the 197 that are in there. I haven't started to analyze them yet, just because my soft closing on that or deadline is this coming Monday. So once I get past Monday, I'll start to take a deeper dive into that. I am going to extend the deadline for the applications, which is this Friday. We do not have a lot of applications so far. So what I'm going to be doing is spending a little bit more money and doing a deeper dive into some of the more, a little bit more of the national organizations that one of them is a little bit expensive, and I was holding off on that with the hope that I might have a deeper pool of candidates, which I do not have to date. One thing I just found out today, probably about 3 or 4 o'clock this afternoon, is that one of our other patrol officers is leaving the department for a new position. So in the middle of April, we will be down to 2 full-time officers. So I'm currently I just found this out, so this is a little, you can imagine, a little distressing right now. But I have already had Sergeant Keeling, who's our officer in charge, reaching out to Hartford to see if they can help us additionally with some coverage while we are trying to fill now slots, plural, of our police force. So more to come with regard to that as I can get into it. With regard to the Department of Highway equipment operator position, again, we don't have a lot of candidates that are out there. There's 1 or 2 that might be okay. But again, what we're finding is that just in this area, there's 3 other towns that are looking for highway equipment operators with CDLs as well. And most of those communities pay a higher rate. So Larry has 1 applicant that he's kind of looking at, and then there's another one that is that they have to fill out a CDL application as well. And this was something that I learned from Vermont League of Cities and Towns just in the last couple of weeks. I was actually not aware that there was a separate CDL application that people have to do. So a little bit of delay there, but again, another opening where there's very few people that are applying. So Larry will probably have some additional update later next week as we determine if 1 or 2 candidates could serve are going to be qualified to be interviewed. One of the other avenues that I'm looking at, which is not a preferred method, but there is another community in the Upper Valley doing kind of the same thing, and that is to essentially hire somebody that doesn't have a CDL, require them to get it within 6 months, and then go through the internal training. That's really easier for the other community that's trying to do this because they have a much bigger staff, so they can generally afford to have somebody sitting with the person in, say, the plow truck or the larger truck requiring a CDL license. We're very limited in terms of the staffing that we have. So for instance, think of a snowstorm. It's difficult to have one of our regular guys who does a different route sit in the truck on another route with a trainee and trying to get that stuff done without having significant input or significant interference with regard to our regular duties. So but that is something that I may be forced to have to look into, and that would, for the most part, would help fill a labor component piece of things, but not necessarily a CDL component. But again, to have a complement of staff that's reasonable, that may be something that Larry and I have to go to. We hope we don't have to do that, but that's where we're looking at this point. And just very quickly on some of the other things, we had it's hard to compare electrical stuff with water stuff, but due to the installation of the new generator at the public safety building, we had a flood. So the reason how that comes about is that what they have to do is they have to fully load the building. So basically you turn on every light, turn on every switch. Since the hot water runs off of electricity, everything gets turned on for the water. So what happened is the septic system got backed up and came back up through the showers, and we had floods on both the fire department side as well as the police side. The good news is that we did not damage any of the sheetrock as part of that process, which was the original concern, was that we were going to have to rip out some of the sheetrock up to 2 feet above the flooring, do some additional remediation and move on. The good thing is that the floors dried up nicely, no carpet damage, no sheetrock damage. So basically it will just be the Serve Pro coming in and do the final cleanup. I had our cleaning crew come in and do a deep clean, COVID clean, because we had quite a few people on the police department side that made everybody a little bit nervous with having that many people in there. But the deep clean was done in advance of the following day's shift start, so that we made sure that we had the level of disinfection. So that will be part of it. And then we've had the septic system pumped. What we found in the process, this just happened yesterday, but we threw a camera down through the line and there is significant icing in the line. We also discovered that there's actually a sag in the line. So it's my opinion that that septic line was not installed properly. So there's more research to be done with that. Whether that can be accommodated through this insurance claim, or we would have to go after the original contractor, is yet to be seen. But right now, it's my opinion and Larry's opinion that we may have to dig up the parking lot for the police station, public safety building, to replace that line and get it done appropriately. Either what happened was that it was either installed inappropriately or heavy equipment was driven over it, which created the sag. That's where you get, the reason why we get the icing is because the water is hanging out inside where the sag is. If anybody really wants to see that, I have an hour-long video for anybody to look at. It's a very exciting trip into an area that you never are used to seeing. But so that's unfortunate from that standpoint. But again, I wanted to give you a quick update on that because we knew that we had some frozen line issues, but we thought it was just due to very intermittent use of the septic system, but it seems to be more focused on perhaps poor installation. So I would say in the grand scheme of things, that was really the cause for the flooding, not a huge volume of water where a septic system couldn't handle it.
And so Herb, just to, not to interrupt, but what is the next plan of action for that?
So the next plan of action is to have additional discussion with Vermont League of Cities and Towns to see what can and cannot be covered. They're going to cover everything related to the flooding. That's no problem. But I want to explore with them to see if they will cover any of the would insurance cover an improperly installed system that's now effectively not after warranty, but you only discover things sometimes when an incident occurs.
Sure.
So I want to see if we have to do that, but I can also have discussion with them and or our town attorney to see if this is something that we need to go after the contractor on.
Okay, thank you.
So that's where I'm at. I just got to talk to Larry, but if to fix the system, and again, I'll have more discussion with Larry, and we may have to talk to, say, an engineer or something along those lines to see if there's, I don't think there's a solution but to dig up the parking lot.
Okay, thanks.
Yep. And then just quickly going through some other, I want to make sure that you understand FEMA has approved our local hazard mitigation plan finally. So now we're all back to a situation where guaranteed if we have another, say, a July 1 storm, that we are now covered all the way up, but for the 12.5% that we have. We continue to wait for the additional, there's one more set of reimbursement that we can get that's the equivalent of an additional 5%. It's called ARAF. And we just have to wait for that. Every couple months or so, I bug Rod to see if we've gotten any further update, and there isn't. So I honestly don't know how long this kind of stuff takes and why it takes so long. But if we can get that additional stuff, then any federally declared disaster, we would get an additional 5%. So that would bring us down to what, 7.5% that we would only have to be responsible for on any presidential disaster. So we're still working on that. But the good thing is that we're back up to snuff with regard to our most outlay at 12.5%. That's just a couple other things that I threw in the packet that were financially based. One was taking the operational budget and just finishing up I promised at one point to have 3 years worth of information on lumping the operational budget into object codes rather than just function codes. So there's that little pretty graph that was in there, or chart that was in there. I just wanted, the big thing was to point out that your personnel-based expenditures amount to about 47% of your total budget, including designated new appropriations for designated funds, as well as debt service. Over the last 3 years, Langus had suggested doing a 3-year average, so I did that. So for 3 years, you're at about almost 49%. The current fiscal year that's going to start July 1, you're down to about 47%. And if you just look at the graph, that's really related to your increase in professional services. Obviously, with regard to you're trying to restore some of the designated funds, and then to a much lesser degree, but still a little bit on the increase is the debt service. So those are the 3 major reasons why the percentage of, while staffing and all that hasn't changed, but because those 3 line items have gone up, that's driven down the percentage of your personnel costs. The other thing was just kind of, it was more of an interest thing, I think, was a chart on delinquent taxes. In the town report, there's a delinquent tax report that I put out every single year. And basically it includes 2 sets of data. One that shows delinquent taxes outstanding as of June 30th, which is the end of every fiscal year. And then delinquent taxes as of December 31st, so the end of your calendar year. It changes from year to year, but I think the key point that I wanted to make in this is that Becky has really done a good job of trying to get the delinquent taxes down. And I think you can see for 2020, she's gotten it down fairly significantly, which is major kudos to her. As we get, however, now that we're about to give Cheryl the delinquent tax warrant from the latest payments, that's going to see a pretty significant amount of people. And so far, our preliminary analysis shows that it's probably related to a lot of the house sales that we've had, that somehow people didn't make their payments didn't know to make their payments or thought that it probably was involved in their closing and it might not have been. So there's some additional, as we get the letters out to the folks, we'll start to get back the feedback in terms of what are the reasons. And we'll have some more update to that in the future. But those are just the quick things that I wanted to give you an update on. If board members have any questions, I would love to entertain them.
Do board members have any questions? Claudette.
Hi, Herb. Sorry, choking on my saliva. The Solid Waste Committee meeting, or Solid Waste Committee is meeting on Thursday. And I'm hopeful that with the Casella contract coming up for renewal, that it is not signed before the Solid Waste Committee has a chance to look into that contract.
And this is not the actual contract. This is the update of their fees. So the problem with solid waste on this side of the state, unlike when I was with Fairhaven, where I had 4 or 5 haulers that would compete for the municipal contract, over here you only have basically one hauler, Casella. So we're hostage, for lack of a better term, to a number of their fees. They've changed their fee structure to include, I can't remember what it's called, Claudette, but I had Larry forward the information to you. So I will definitely hold off. And meaning, when you mean Thursday, do you mean tomorrow?
Correct.
Okay. So I'm not going to be signing anything before then. So the information that Larry should have sent to you by email, please share that. And with the feedback, I'm happy. I would love to get that feedback from the committee to be able to deal with that. One of the major reasons why we started having this discussion is that for those of you that go to the transfer station, we've been having problems with overflowing compost food scrap bins. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that once they sit there in the wintertime, they freeze. And so they literally can't get the stuff out of the bins to empty, the guys can't out there. So we've got a different, we're exploring a different technology, which is essentially rubber bands and plastic bags that should fit better. So hopefully we've addressed that, also with trying to have some additional bins in the event something else happens. But I think as we come out of the winter, that will become a little bit easier. So apologies to the public for that. The other part of it is that we've never had a really great handle on the food scraps because everybody does it in town so well that, we started out with 2 or 4 bins and we all of a sudden, we're up to 7 and more on a regular basis that we fill up every single week. So the public has been very good about dealing with food scraps, but filling our bins up faster than we can handle them.
Mostly it's, there was some language in that contract or whatever it was that I don't want to speak for the Solid Waste Committee since we haven't met, but I think they would want to have some input.
Great. Yeah, I would love that feedback. So anything that you can supply would be helpful. And if I could find a way to leverage a little bit in that, Claudette, that contract, that feel free to add those comments as well, because again, Casella is the only game in town around here, and I don't.
For one thing, they're the only game in town. For some others, they're not the only game in town, but that's neither here nor there.
Yeah. So great. So as we get to the more formal end of the contract, would love to have that kind of input as well, please.
So I have a second.
Yes, go ahead.
I am really wondering what the status of the IT RFP is, since we were supposed to have, I think that was supposed to have been let months ago.
They're supposed to have let and have not gotten to it yet, but it's with there's been a couple issues that have come up. So, and I have a reminder phone call to talk with the woman that I'm dealing with SimQuest. So that I'm trying to move that up to get that done as soon as I possibly can. And then the idea is to also sync that in with the new budget that will be starting July 1, so that maybe we can do continue to do some seamless upgrades. So I definitely have to get that out.
Right, but we approved the $30,000 from the designated fund, which
For
is
yep.
this current year's budget.
Yes. Yep, which focuses on the network and basically 3 computers and IT support. And then the subsequent stuff would pick up on the latter half of all the other workstations.
So,
So,
I
yeah.
won't comment anymore.
Yes, I noted, but yes, I've taken a note on that, Claudette, thank you. Any other questions for Herb? Go ahead, Marcia.
Just because I'm new to this and I'm looking at your pretty chart, the item that's administration, everything else is a bit intuitive, but that one I don't get. And other monetary articles, what are those 2 line items?
The other monetary articles are all those sort of the Health and Human Service Agency articles that you see in the town that you vote on separately. Sometimes there are special ones in there. Last year, as for instance, we did a climate emergency fund. We started a new designated fund, but primarily those are the Health and Human Service Agencies that pop up every single year. The administration one is related to, that's a specific line item in the Department of Public Works that's called administration. That generally is used for the administrative capacities for DPW, that gets into whether the desk supplies, it's a little bit more of a lumped line item than most of the other departments have.
So that's not covered with things like office supplies and office equipment.
Yeah, it does, but specifically for DPW. Because DPW has a number of different divisions. They have the transfer station, highway, buildings and grounds. And so that there's an overall sort of lumped line item under the I think it actually comes under the highway side of things, because that's generally the highway garage is thought of as where the administration is. So that line item covers all of the different divisions of Public Works, instead of each division having their own separate supplies, stamps, advertising, that sort of thing.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Yeah. And I'm happy to go through that in the annual report with you, just to show you sort of where it is and how it's treated with respect in comparison to other departments. Just give me a buzz, and we can, with each of our annual reports open, I can walk you through it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Rob, go ahead.
Yeah, when properties are sold in Norwich, at what point does the town hear about that? Do we, is there, aside from doing title searches and so on, do we know when the contracts are actually signed and
Property
ownership?
There's a property transfer tax that gets incurred in all the transactions in Vermont, including straw transfers. So when we'll get a property transfer form that will come in. Sometimes we get heads up with regard to our building permits, and then the listers do their best to track stuff as well. If they may, for all I know, they may try to do research in investigating, what's for sale through advertisements, but basically I think it predominantly comes from the permits and the property transfer forms. But Cheryl's here as one of the listers, so she could answer more clearly than that.
Cheryl,
the reason I was asking is in reference to situations where there's outstanding property taxes due. I wonder if there's any value to putting together a packet so that people who are in the process of selling would be made fully aware that what their responsibilities are on that end. I heard a interview on the radio the other day stating where a lot of the property transfers in Vermont are happening now with the buyer waiving inspections and other aspects that would normally bring some of those things to their attention.
Well, I won't get into inspections, but that's a state requirement. If there's someone that's waiving that, the buyer is stupid. But basically the way I look at that is that where we can offer that kind of insight to folks, which Becky gets phone calls on a regular basis. I'm sure the lister's office gets similar phone calls where we try to identify that. We send out some postcards and stuff every single year with regard to taxes and dealing with that with new people. I would like to think that any one or two realtors involved, and usually there's one or two attorneys involved in a closing between parties.
Yeah.
That's their job, frankly, is to prorate on a daily basis the taxes that are owed versus what's already been paid. And that's a pretty standard thing on the US HUD form that is used during any closings. Cash sale ones is a little bit different, where they might not use the HUD form, but having had my real estate license in the past, that's usually a no-brainer during a closing process. I think that perhaps during COVID, where housing is selling lickety split, that there may be some corners that are being cut. But again, where some of these things pop up is in the unfortunate situation that we're in now, where people are delinquent, and when they get their delinquent letter, that's when we'll start getting the phone calls and being able to provide the customer service that we can to either try to get them to go back to their closing docs to see if there was a proration, and where there may be a correction that needs to be made, or in a that unfortunately they still owed something. So that's unfortunately in these instances, this is something that we find out after the fact of sending out notice. And if there somehow has been an error made or overlooked or something, we can help to correct that. But in most of the instances, they're still going to owe the 8% penalty and the related interest payments on a monthly basis.
Oh, okay. Are there any other board member questions? Cheryl, I recognize that you are well equipped to more appropriately in some ways to answer these questions, but unless there was a correction, I'm hoping that I could move on. I saw that you were nodding, but I also want to recognize that as a lister, you were well qualified. You may have.
If I understand Bob's concern, it is the attorneys that need to search. They always, to my knowledge, ask about taxes, delinquent taxes. What's the status? So I don't think any of that is overlooked. I would be very surprised, and an attorney would have to end up paying those taxes if they missed it for the buyer or the seller. I just can't imagine that that's done. But I did want to know if Herb might answer the question I had earlier under public comments.
Oh,
thank you. Thank you for that. I did write that down. And that was the operations of Tracy Hall.
So operations at Tracy Hall is going to remain in stasis for some time longer, until I'm comfortable that the vaccinations have gotten out there. So Tracy Hall is going to remain closed indefinitely, and I'm continuing to work. Of course, that continues to cause angst among the community, especially those that like to benefit from the opportunity of recreational programs. But I'm staying closed for the immediate future.
Okay, asked and answered. Okay, I would like to move on to our break, with thanks to our town manager for his report. Unless there's any other questions, or maybe we take our break? Okay, well earned, I'd say. So thank you. Well, 10 minutes, so we'll be back at 8:20. Okay, thanks. Okay, I'm resuming the select board meeting for March 10th at 8:20. The next item on our agenda is the amendments to procedure for receipt of correspondence. A motion is required for this. I would like to begin with a motion.
I'd like to make it, actually.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I move to amend the procedure for receipt of resident correspondence as presented in the meeting packet.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Motion made by Mary, seconded by Marcia. And so we have tasked Mary and Marcia to get together and make a recommendation to this board. And so I would like to hear from them, and I'm happy to share my screen if they would like.
Mary, do you want to go? Or do you want me to?
Well, I'll start and then you should chime in. So Marcia was concerned that just in looking at our present receipt of correspondence, that the traditional procedure is that the chair and the town manager would review the correspondence and decide which items were worthy of an agenda item. And I think, I'm pretty sure I'm accurate on this, that none of us really liked that idea. Like, we wanted there to be more input from the rest of the board, but also that as a practical matter, to take time from the meeting, as you can see, even tonight's meeting is a good example, and specifically review each piece of correspondence would just take up too much time in the meeting. So, and Marcia had said, well, why don't we just review it at the beginning of the meeting to promote this, inclusion, to honor the comments that the public makes, and to sort of give some feedback on why or why not an item might be used as a basis for another agenda item, or is sort of adding to background knowledge of issues that we're working on, or why it wouldn't work at all. Just that there were various reasons why correspondence would be considered for some purpose of action by the board. So extremely tight time crunch, which I thought we handled pretty well in spite of issues of technology and having to work and thinking about it on the fly. I think we came up with at least an idea for the board to consider, which would be basically that we would assign a board member to go through the correspondence and sort of put it in categories based on criteria that the board comes up with, such as don't have time to deal with it immediately, or great idea, it will add to our knowledge about an agenda item we've been thinking about or working on, or completely new idea, it's fabulous for us to have this information, we'd like to have an agenda item, whatever criteria we come up with. Marcia and I kind of had a conversation about it, and she basically wrote it up. I like what she wrote, and I'll just turn it over to Marcia to add more to what I just said.
Good, Marcia.
So basically, as Mary said, we're just trying to come up with an inclusive way that everyone gets their correspondence addressed, and it's a workable solution for the board. So I was just playing around with an Excel spreadsheet today, and it's pretty easy to just put down the sender and the date and the topic. And basically, I've put in a column for who it would be assigned to. And if a board member could just decide based on what we feel is the appropriate response, is this informational so that the board, is glad to have this, but no action is required? Or does it require some specific response to the writer? Or does it actually require further action by the board? And then having one member of the board sort of look at that and say what they think is appropriate, then the entire board can say they agree or disagree and put the thing on to an agenda item or just be done with it. But it would give everyone the feeling and the reality that whatever their concerns are, they're being addressed in some way, and it's still a manageable thing for the board.
Thank you. And I appreciate how you had a copy of the language changes in the packet, but then you also addressed the concerns. You matched the concerns with the language changes. So that was appreciated. Do any board members have comments or feedback from Marcia and Larry, or Marcia and Larry, Marcia and Mary Layton? Claudette, go ahead.
My question has to do with timing. We see the correspondence on Friday when the packet goes out. For a select board member to then independently work and categorize the correspondence would mean at least a 2-week delay, because that would need, I don't know if that should go into an addition, the next packet, so that you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm trying to say? So, you know, if one person works on it over the weekend, there's no time to then submit that unless you're having a revised packet every week.
Right.
Could I show you, share my screen and show you my little attempt?
I would like to first hear from Rob, and then I will have you do that for sure. Rob, do you have any questions or concerns?
I was concerned about the amount of time it takes to go through all those. And as it stands, you go through it and you note to yourself, does this rise to needing attention? But it's not as formalized as keeping a spreadsheet, and I can understand the value of that. But the time aspect of it is a little troubling. The other aspect is a language thing, but it has to do a little bit with, relates to the importance of the correspondence, is from that first section where it's giving the concept behind there. At the meeting, such correspondence will be reviewed and designated as informational only or requiring action. Is that requiring action or requesting action? You know, is it, you know, are we making that value judgment right there that it requires, or is this the author of the correspondence saying, I think this needs some act, I'm requesting that you folks act on it. At what point do you make that decision as to whether or not it rises to that level?
Right. And so I actually want to, so maybe we'll have Marcia share her screen. I have a particular comment that may end up being a resolution, but I want to see the spreadsheet if board members agree. So go ahead, Marcia, if you're able to share your screen, if you would like.
I have 2 screens here set up and a mouse that's not behaving. So,
it's okay.
Hold on. It's not showing you the right one. Let's see if this works. Can you see an Excel spreadsheet?
I can't. So to jump ahead of this, if you email it to me, I will happily share it on my screen.
Okay, that sounds good.
Any other, who does anyone have any other thoughts or comments to provide some filler while I wait for my email? Bye, Mary.
Just thinking about what Claudette said, perhaps the feedback could be 2 weeks late, but that would mean we'd still just have to accept the correspondence, which sort of means, I would think, that we've noticed it. We've noticed that it has arrived. So, you know, I think if we did it in that way, maybe it would work. It's also going to pile up. It's still going to take significant amount of time. So it's a work in progress, whether we can do this.
Here's a question.
If I can just say, today when I did this in about 10 minutes. Now, maybe that's my naivete, but There you go, Roger.
Okay, I'll
Um,
find it.
It really was more of a, categorizing it. And I think it's just, I did it in colors because I think in colors. And basically it came down to, I had about 9 articles and it came out to 5 issues or something. And so it's not that much work the way I was thinking of it, but I'll let you all sort of judge.
Okay, so here we go. So it's small because my Zoom seems to be causing some slowness. So I'm not uploading the Excel file, but you can see here. Oh, sorry, I'm now describing. I have the habit of describing my screen. Go ahead, Marcia, if you can see my screen, go ahead and narrate it for us.
I just put down simply the date it was received, the sender, the topic that they were addressing, what their concern was, and then to whom it was going to be assigned. And then column F is what that board member thought was appropriate. Either it's informational or it required a response or, potentially a future select board agenda item. And I think, Rob, to answer your concern, I don't think it's up to the board member to decide whether it definitely should be a future issue, but that's why it goes to the board. So G would be, the board deciding if a response was required, when would it be assigned to an agenda date?
So my reaction to this, if I may, but does anyone else have any more comments? I don't want to usurp anyone else. And we really ought to hear from also our town manager's office if there's any deadline issues that we have to be considerate of. So does anyone have any more comments or go ahead, Rob.
Yeah, so is there a requirement that we hold off the deadline till the Friday before the meeting, or could that deadline be a couple of days earlier, which then would give us enough time to give some consideration to the correspondence?
So I guess one question then, I think we should direct that question to our town manager, and Miranda. How practical or desirous is it to change our current system of 3 p.m. by Thursday for correspondence?
So that's a loaded question. So
well, rephrase with the so the sentiment has been expressed. How would you?
I'm going to come at it from a slightly different angle, and then I'll try to answer the question directly. You already have a consent agenda established. The purpose of the consent agenda is essentially through one action to basically you're acknowledging correspondence, and there are certain approvals that are in there, minutes and the AP warrant. As a board, you could decide to put anything else that you wanted into it that you chose to. The purpose of the consent agenda, in addition, is to say, once you get your packet, if there's something in there, any board member has the authority to say, I want to yank that out because I think that's something for whatever reason that I want to talk about. So if there isn't anything that you wish to talk about with regard to the correspondence that's in there, you take the action like you did tonight and you move on. The things that are in there are approved and or acknowledged. If there's something in there that a board member thinks should be an agenda item or warrants further discussion or clarity, whatever the reason is, it's that board member's responsibility to call it out, and that takes separate action. You guys have been doing that now for a couple of years. There may be items that come in as correspondence that you're treating as correspondence that really are requests to go on and to be an agenda item or what have you. So I think if you stick with your consent agenda format, you're going to minimize the need for going days back into when the packet is due from that standpoint, because you're going to act on it during that particular meeting when you have the information and assuming you've read your packets, which you do. So but again, I agree with what Marcia is saying, is if there's something that's in there that warrants a answer, what the board has done in the past is to say, John Farrell had a question about the fireworks money. He and board members have acted in the past to say, hey, John submitted a letter. He is warranted a response. Sometimes the town manager can make those responses, but if it's addressed to the board, it still needs to go to the board. So I guess I'm throwing caution to the wind that before you had the consent agenda format, you went through a process where you actually took every single piece of correspondence and basically acknowledged it, which extended your meetings, it protracted them. So that's why you created the consent agenda format. Going into a previous week, Miranda basically needs the entire day Friday to do the packet. And that cannot change, in my opinion, because there was a time frame where things were slipping in and she was staying regularly until 6 o'clock at night on a Friday. She shouldn't have to stay. Once in a while, it's okay. But generally speaking, she needs to be out of the office by 4:30. So 4:30, so Friday is packet day as it goes out. And then, sorry for the babble, but what happens in this whole process is that it takes a while to get the agenda done. I think that Claudette did a great job when she was chair in taking the bull by the horns to say, I'll solicit board members, I'll get the agenda, and I'll get it to the town staff on time so that we can collect the stuff that we need and get the board packets out the door. And that was that Wednesday timeframe that we would sort of get the final agendas together. Yeah, we weren't perfect on it all the time because there's always something coming in the door, but generally Wednesday at noon is a real good time to have stuff, or close of business on Wednesday. Thursday kind of is the day where last minute things come in. We need to get stuff pulled together. Board members need to submit stuff, whatever it is, so that we have it in time. And then again, that has to be by that noon or whatever it was, noon or 3 on Thursday. If you keep pushing things back, you're going to be right back to our meeting tonight, for our meeting 2 weeks from now. And it really, what I think you've been really good at in the past too, is that your motion sheet always has on the back side of it future agenda items. So we always try to track what are the future agenda items that you talked about at this particular meeting that will automatically go on the agenda for the future. And then that minimizes the need for additional discussion in between, short of additional items that come in. And I know Claudette's had the most experience in recent past on this in terms of the successes. And I know that she and I have gone back and forth a couple times, sort of doing the eye roll, like, oh my God, there's more stuff coming in the door, or, the last minute stuff. So I don't like the idea that we're going to push something back even further or add additional days into it, because it really is a struggle to just get the packet out the door on a Friday as it is.
Well, thank you for not answering my direct question, because that was, I think, helpful context for.
Oh, sorry.
No, I did not need to pay you a backwards compliment. I'm sorry. So thank you for that. Claudette, you had your hand up.
Yeah, and I also wanted to point out before Herb mentioned it that every board member has the ability to pull a piece of correspondence out of the consent agenda for discussion. We've done it in the past. I must say we've probably not been as good in the most recent past about doing that. But it is an option. It's always an option. It says on the, it had actually at one point in time on the agenda itself said items pulled. It still says it in the motion sheet. So I don't want us to lose track of that. I do agree that having the select board chair and the town manager review your Marcia and Mary's first segment there, I think that is totally appropriate to remove that header about having the town manager and the select board chair review the correspondence. That I can't even begin to imagine how that could happen.
Well, and effectively, I have to say we don't, right? Because we we put together a packet and an agenda item, and then the correspondence comes in at 3. And so, you know, to my mind, what practically happens is the packet has already been produced. Essentially, the agenda has already been put together, and then the correspondence comes. So it's fine to revise that line because actually it doesn't practically happen.
Right.
Right. So if nothing else, you should revise what isn't true. You should reflect the material conditions on the ground, right? Marcia, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, just partially this is me being in the so-called honeymoon period. I'm trying to find my feet here, but I need basically to know, like, I didn't know that I could say, all right, who has the answer for John Farrell? I just really feel strongly that when someone takes the time to write a question, it shouldn't just be voted, we accept your letter, and it goes into a deep hole and they don't get the answer. So, you know, I think obviously some of these things are informational that are on today's list, but some things need to be acknowledged. And I just think that maybe there's a place in between where we can come up with something that's going to compromise.
So what I might suggest, Marcia, actually is you should empower. I would suggest that you empower the chair, or it could be a designee. But I think there's some usefulness to empowering the chair because there is an agenda setting component, which is, you know, helpful for them in their actual statutory duties of running the meeting. So what I would say is there's some value in, and I recognize that I am in that position. So, but I think there's some value in, you know, designating, you know, the chair to ensure that there is a written follow-up, you know, from pulled correspondence. So I think this idea of categorizing the messages, you know, could be useful if, you know, if the correspondence was due before the agenda was actually made. But I think actually, you know, items should be pulled, and then the policy should be revised for someone, ideally the chair, I would say, to say, hi, we addressed this. Here's a recording, because we have that capabilities now with YouTube and CATV. Here's a recording where you have the benefit of hearing the exchange that happened. And in summary, this is what was discussed. Thank you for your correspondence. It is really appreciated. So I would say, you know, in some ways you should make the chair do some administrative work to, you know, or whomever to follow up on whatever is pulled, to make sure that they've seen it, because they might write and, you know, not want to, you know, not be able to attend for whatever reason. So I would say the chair shouldn't have content authority, but they should have the administrative capability to say, like, a board member, this was pulled from the consent agenda by this board member. This is where you can watch that discussion. And this is the summary. I've copied the board. So that might be of consideration, I would say. It doesn't have to, you know, it doesn't have to be the chair, but I think, you know, whatever.
Mary, what do you think?
I'm sorry.
I'm wondering what Mary has to say.
Yes. Yeah. Mary, what do you think?
Well, just of having been on the board for a few years, it is more streamlined to use the consent agenda. I think the idea of pulling things out has merit, but we have to all be diligent about it. You know, it's a thing where it's on us to act, to pull out the pieces of correspondence that we feel strongly about. And that's something that's hard to write into a policy. you know, it's sort of like our due diligence that we have to do it. I think if we can be diligent, we can make that work. And I think it might go partway to solving the problem.
So would we like to amend the policy so keeping the consent agenda? I'm hearing a little bit of consensus for a desire to keep the consent agenda. That's what I'm hearing. But I also I think it's really important that there's follow-up from whatever gets pulled from the consent agenda. And so I wonder if there is an interest in amending the policy to ensure that the chair or a designee is responsible for following up, to whatever correspondence is pulled. And I think there's a very specific way to not engage in a substantial discussion, but to over email, but to just provide an answer, or to give notice that it was discussed rather than give an answer, because some questions that people have, people may have follow-up, right? So in some ways it needs to go to the chair because they're like, oh, wow, right? Like this is an extensive response to what I thought was an administrative, answer. And indeed, like this needs either to come back to the full board or to be an agenda item. So anyway, it's probably inappropriate for me to expand my duties. So I will step back from that, but
So, Roger?
go ahead.
It's the responsibility of the board as a whole, unless otherwise delegated by the board to a member or members of the board. So that's what your language should be.
Great.
The board will provide response unless otherwise a member or members are delegated to provide such response.
Thank you. Is that, Marcia, I saw you nodding. Is that something that makes sense?
Yeah, that seems like a good medium. I do think that as part of the consent agenda, I think John Farrell's question is a great one because it acknowledges the issue, that he wants a specific answer. So, I'm happy to look through stuff, as I'm sure everybody else is, and say, to my mind, everything here looks informational except these things need something. And then as part of the consent agenda, as long as we can agree on what that is. But I don't think it should be adding more work to your plate either. But, if that can be delegated or whatever.
So I suggest, because I would like to move on, I suggest for the interest of this, for the policy to, Herb had a very specific suggestion, which I think is a good one, right? And so we should take his advice. And what this will mean is if Marcia, what you've proposed here as policy could instead be your practice, which could, advance our work, right? So that's what I might say. So Herb, can you repeat your very good advice so one of my other colleagues can make the motion or to amend the motion?
The expectation is that the board as a whole
Mhm.
would be making response unless otherwise delegated by the board to one or more members.
Okay. And Marcia and Mary, I'm going to look to you to see where that may be inserted while I take Linda Cook's public comment, okay?
Okay.
Linda, you have your hand up. Please press *6 and unmute yourself and go ahead.
Okay. The question I have in looking at this, you say that you'll have a motion on the consent agenda, which means we take everything. But on what you're explaining right now, the select board has an option to take an action on an item. Will there be a corresponding motion and will it label it for an action item so that the public knows, like John would have known that, oh, they're going to talk about it tonight and maybe take an action. So is there some way of letting the correspondent know that?
No, what we were proposing is we were discussing what that follow-up might look after correspondence is pulled and discussed and action is determined. So
But
no.
that way,
So
the person doesn't have a way to interact with you if it doesn't know it's going to be an action item.
the public can always attend our meetings, but no, they will have we're talking about the benefit of follow-up, where we're not talking about the benefit for them to engage contemporaneously now. Okay.
Okay.
Marcia, do you have a suggestion, possibly in the form of a motion?
I would move, well, I guess I'm,
Oh, sorry. Miranda's looking at me because we have a motion on the table, right? So we should vote on that motion now. Or we should table that motion. Is that right? Rules of procedure. Herb, can you help me out?
Or somebody can amend the motion as
Okay.
currently stated. Yeah.
So, Claudette, did you unmute yourself to advise
Well,
me?
I was just going to say someone needs to revote, pull their motion
Yes.
or amend the motion.
Okay.
Um,
I think, well,
or not so much amend the motion because the motion said that as amended or as
Well,
presented in the meeting packet. So, you know, it might be easier just to have Mary and Marcia work on this offline and bring it back at our next meeting for final, instead of trying to wordsmith a document that we don't have smack in front of us, all of us.
Okay. I thought it was simple enough, but if I'm hearing that it's not, then we will make this, you know, an agenda item.
we
I
could
take
table it,
and
right?
I've taken it down and I'll redo it. Sorry.
Okay.
Right. And if we just table the motion until the next meeting, it will just come up again.
We are, but I
Right.
encourage us to have a sense of a finality next. So the motion is tabled,
Until
and
the March
we're
24th
going
meeting.
to move on to the amendments to rules for conduct of regular and special select board meetings, number 7. So, and I thank you to everyone and for number 6. I think this was a good conversation that will hopefully set us up for success. So, okay, so 7. I would like to begin with a motion. I'm nervous about that. Who would like to make the motion?
Oh, let's see.
Go ahead, Claudette.
Okay, go ahead, Claudette.
I move to amend the rules of conduct of regular and special select board meetings as presented in the meeting packet. And
Okay.
Roger, you could
Yeah.
share the screen and pull it.
I will, as long as I need to get a second first.
I'll second it.
Okay, so motion made by Claudette, seconded by Mary, and my screen will be shared right now. Hold on. Okay, here we go. Whoops, hold on. Whoops, stop share. I accidentally did a whiteboard. Who knew? We could amend it with the whiteboard. Okay, so here we are. Claudette, can you take us through this? Would that be okay with you?
Yeah, when I sent this to Miranda, there was actually strike through, not a deleted, and you can't see the deleted section. So Marcia and I worked on this. And I mean, I don't need to, I guess I would just want.
What was deleted and then what was added? Can you tell us that?
Not off the top of my head. Marcia, you said you have a split screen, right? So you can pull up what was actually deleted.
Yeah, I'm going for it. I think.
Because I'd have to dig back into.
Sorry, this mouse is driving me mental. Talk
Okay.
among yourselves.
Yeah, of course. So okay, so it was to amend 4.5. That was the particular issue. Is that right? So
Correct.
and the concern was the term with the subsequent packet and what that meant, and we discussed addendums in particular, and then we also discussed whether or not if we wanted to make it clear about subsequent packet meant like the next regularly scheduled meeting or not. So it looks like this is really dealing with what amended meeting packets mean. So I think it's calling for the amending meeting packet must be posted by close of business 48 hours prior to the Warren Select Board meeting. So you're setting the terms for an amended packet.
Well, what we were trying to address is material that was submitted after the packet deadline.
Okay.
So this, yeah, it does address what material would be provided as an amended packet. So, and not just every bit of correspondence or material that came into the select board or to the town manager after the packet was released.
Okay. Is that clear? Do board members have an understanding of the revisions that were made, or would you like Claudette to restate?
No.
Okay.
I was going to say, don't ask me to restate.
Okay.
Clearly.
And so actually Herb has his hand up, so I would like to hear from his office. But first I want to hear if any of you have any comments to that. Rob or Mary, do you have any thoughts on this?
I think it adds clarity.
I think it adds clarity. It also is helpful if we can have enough time to actually absorb information. So to the extent that we can avoid having, addendums to our packets, I think that is just a good thing if we can manage it. But sometimes the information is really pertinent or it just comes in a little late. So as a rule of thumb, I think it's something to be avoided, but this clearly lays out a good process for dealing with it if it cannot be avoided.
Okay. Herb, do you have any thoughts? This is really relevant to your office.
Yeah, so first of all, apologies to those that drafted it. I wasn't able to get comment to you in time for tonight's meeting, but I agree with Mary that the method, our internal SOP or MO is not to have addendum packets at once the packet goes out on Friday. But inevitably there will be information that comes in the door that's relevant to a particular agenda item, or sometimes things are late, like a town manager trying to pull together a town manager report, that sort of stuff, or fiscal reports that just don't get done by Friday, or I haven't had a chance to go through them. They'll get delayed until early the following week. In those sort of known situations, I don't really have an issue with regard to the 48-hour prior to the meeting. In practicality, it ain't going to happen. I can tell you that number of your meetings, there's a Monday holiday. So if there's a Monday holiday, I can't meet your 48-hour requirement. If Miranda is sick on a Monday, like this past Monday, where minutes weren't posted, so there's your OML violation for this week, but they were posted yesterday, I can't meet your 48-hour requirement. There are definitely things that come in the door that come in literally the day of a meeting that are relevant to your topics, or an individual, as a for instance, that's part of the agenda has a handout or a PowerPoint presentation or something that particular night that they hand in. Obviously, I don't have control over that, but again, this is your policy, so it implies that other members of the public would have to meet that 48-hour requirement. That isn't going to happen. So I don't mind that you put in there 48 hours, but you got to get rid of the absoluteness of the 48 hours. You've got to have, I like what Mary said, is you got to have something in there that basically says that, the rule of thumb is not to do addendums as much as we can, but it's inevitable that they may happen. And where possible, we're going to try to meet the 48-hour requirement, but you can't mandate me to do that, because otherwise you're going to force an agenda item not to be discussed and delayed, or I won't be allowed to give you information that's relevant to your discussion.
Right.
As a for instance.
So I have a comment, but does anyone else have any thoughts to what Herb said or anything else? Go ahead, Claudette.
Just a little bit of material that's submitted on a day of a meeting is not, it hasn't had a chance to be reviewed by the board anyway. So as much as I hear what you're saying, Herb, and I do agree with the 48 hours, again, if there's a holiday on Monday, that clearly can't be met. But the material that is submitted on a day of a meeting isn't, I mean, it really,
Right.
not even discussed by the board at that meeting because nobody's had a chance to review it. So, and it wouldn't have been in an addendum anyway.
Right. No, I totally agree. What I'm trying to draw attention to is that you're still making decisions based on stuff that you received at the day of the meeting from that standpoint. So even though there may not be, there is a form of an addendum that's occurring at the day of those meetings that's against your policy, but you're still acting on them. You know, Norwich Technologies is good for it, or Norwich, whichever that solar project was. And I think that the difficulty that you had as a, for instance, was, hey, we just got information tonight. This is very difficult for us to act on this. So I'm in your camp on this, Claudia. I don't want to have addendums. I don't like them, and Miranda and I strive not to have them. But I'm also recognizing that there's a level of reality that comes into some of this, and I know that, you know, the power of the board is to say, hey, this came in under 48 hours or under 24 hours, or we just got it tonight. As a result, I'm uncomfortable as a board member or a board as a whole in acting tonight because we just received relevant information that's going to potentially affect my vote or the board's vote. So I'm in your camp. I'm just trying to add the sense of not reality, but, you know, it's
Mystical reality.
Okay, so this is what I would like to make a suggestion and see if I have consensus on it, okay, in the interest of time. So I think Claudette and Marcia were working on this. I would like them to, I think a recommendation that we could make, and I would need some consensus on this, is, and then we do have a motion on the table, is to, I think what speaks to me the most is that every effort should be made to add the word addenda to it. I think that is really important when you revise a packet. It would be important to have that kind of language, that this is amended and then what date. I think that's important. And then the other thing that speaks to me is 48 hours, I think we should adjust the language that says may, or to all extent possible, or the board, or we all strive to, some language such as that. So my recommendation would be to include this addendum packet for the meeting and marked as addenda. I think that is important. And then the next thing I would say is change the language around 48 hours so that it is states our aspirations publicly rather than commits us to a practice.
So what do you think about just striking that sentence?
We could also do that, and then we could amend our motion and then move on.
That's
Yeah.
true.
I wouldn't necessarily strike it, Claudette. Maybe the happy medium is to at least have a footnote to it, so that the footnote is related to an addendum or something. That's, you know, we strive, if there has to be an addendum, that we strive to have that done so that it's no less than 48 hours prior to the meeting. And it's not really part of the policy, but you've got the
A loophole.
the intent of it.
But the policy. Sorry, go ahead, Rob. I can't.
No.
Stop.
Just the spirit of the concept.
So, but I think your policy could also name an aspiration. You know, it's not necessarily as effective of using shall, defining the terms, right, or defining the practice, but we could. So I would like to know if we would like to amend the motion to reflect a discussion, or if this motion needs to be tabled and brought back to us.
I just assume bring it back.
Okay.
I think so too. I do like Roger's suggestions, but I think it's better to revise the language and see it again.
Okay. Miranda, go ahead.
I have question for clarification that may play into, what revision Claudette and Mary make.
Please.
So in that section that talks about marking something as an addendum,
Mhm.
I wasn't sure how to interpret that language. So I can tell you that in practice, I have, when there is a revision or an addendum, I will put it back out again and indicate that this is an amended an amended packet. But my practice has been to maintain the integrity of having one packet, whether it's now in the past, like if you scroll back in prior meetings, there have been meetings where you have had the original packet, and then as a discrete document, you've had an addendum. And I may even have done it that way in the past, but my thinking of late has been that it's a bigger hassle for the public and for select board members to have to, bounce around to multiple documents.
Right.
So that was my thinking in having it be one document. I wasn't sure, based on my reading of the language of the proposed revision, was that you were asking that you have discrete documents.
Right. And I think, thank you for that, Miranda. I think that I don't think we're actually saying that. I think what we're saying is, and this is, good advice for our revisers. I think what we're saying is we do value the integrity of the whole packet, but we do want whatever was added to be indicated and dated accordingly. So with that in mind, is there anything that you would like to weigh in on the cumbersome or labor of that practice?
Well, yeah, I would have to think that through on how to do.
Okay.
One of the recent, I'll just say this one quick thing. I think in the last revised packet that I put out, I think I did indicate in my email advertising it, so to speak. I said the revision, it affects pages such and such, but to alter the actual document would be a lot more,
Right.
I don't know offhand how to do that. It could be figured out, but that would be a bigger deal.
Okay, Claudette, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I was just going to point out that Miranda, when you do list, when you do come out with the listserv postings and the postings to the select board about an amended agenda or a packet, when you did put the little notes in, the amendment only is the updated financial policy or the whatever. That was very, very helpful in clarifying.
And so perhaps that might be, is there a consensus that might be, a good compromise? It alerts people to what was what the addendums are, but doesn't necessarily add the additional work that may come from the addendum. So is there consensus on that for our revisers? I'm looking for nods or thumbs or something.
So this would be just to
So to be
what Miranda said.
So I think what Claudette, I'm trying to control the conversation just for the interest of efficiency. So forgive me. So what I think Claudette said is that it was when you got an amended packet, it was helpful in the advertising or the posting of the packet to be alerted to what was amended. And so you may, for a policy revision, to write that in a statement where to include that, rather than saying each page has to say something like addenda. The practice would be to instead, when posted, it will, you'll figure out that language, right? Am I being understood a little? I'm seeing Marcia nod, and I'm not seeing Mary nod. Okay. Okay, Herb is thumbs up.
Question.
Okay, so I think we have a very clear by consensus recommendation to our revisers to bring something back. Is that right, Rob? Do you have your hand up?
Well, I was, from a technical standpoint, do you attempt to put the addended, the additional document in place with other documents that it relates to? Is that what you're doing now? Or do you just slap it on the end and say this is later content that was added, which makes it pretty clear that it was came in at the end?
Not if you, I'm going to interrupt you, Miranda, I'm sorry, because I think not
Sure.
if you want to protect the integrity of the packet, not if you're a member of the public who wants to follow the agenda line by line. If you amended line 8 and it's at the bottom, then you don't have the benefit of scrolling through, right? And I think that was what you were going to say. So
Yeah,
and I think Miranda works hard to protect that user experience, if you will.
but to keep it in context.
As much as user experience can be involved in a very cumbersome scanned PDF.
So I'll pull my motion. How's that?
Excellent. We're pulling the motion. Okay, but I think we did come to a consensus for our revisers to bring something back, and I'm going to put these two on for 5 minutes next week, so that just so we know. Okay.
Four.
So four.
Wait a minute. Stop. So
Okay.
is this vote tabled until next week? Or
Okay, so Claudette pulled her motion, so effectively it's tabled.
okay. All right. But okay. Thanks.
Okay.
Well, to the 24th, right? Has to be the date certain. Right? Just asking.
She pulled her motion. Yes.
Okay.
To be reconsidered on the 24th of March.
Okay. Thank you. Just wanted to be sure I understood what happened there.
Okay. So the next is the reaffirming of the master financial policies. What this action asks for is it of course assumes board members have read the current master financial policies that were in the packet, and what I suggest in the action items is that any suggestions for edits or modifications to be made during the discussion. So effectively, we're not going to discuss what amendments we want to make, but we're going to talk about what policies we might want to take future action on. So I would like to begin with a motion, and then I have, in the interest of time, a very pedantic way that I want to get us all aligned. So a motion first. Is there a motion?
Yeah, I move to reaffirm the master financial policies as presented in the meeting packet and as amended.
Okay, so what I would propose now is I would actually like to hear from board members about what policies, sorry. Oh, sorry, I need a second. Is there a second for that emotion? Claudette seconded that motion made by Mary. Okay, and so what I would like to do is I would like to go sort of one by one and hear from folks about what policies they believe, just the name of the policy that they would like have some changes to. And then I'm going to take note of that, and then I'm going to come back around to the list. How does that sound? So in other words, if I'm going to call on, say, like Claudette, and she says, I want to revise the gift policy, I'm going to just write down gift policy, and then I'm going to move on to see what other things other board members want, and then we'll go through the policies to sort of assign some work.
So if Claudette says gift policy, maybe the rest of us who also want to or not?
Well, right. So I'll go first to one board member and they'll write that down, and then we'll go to another board member, and if maybe they have the same policy that they also were interested in, and maybe we can make some pairs, and you can discuss your concerns and bring it back to the group. Okay.
Maybe, yeah. Let's do the policies first that we think are.
Yes. So Mary, why don't you go first and tell me what you would like to take a second look at?
Okay. The big one for me is the debt management policy.
Mm-hmm.
I did some research on it, and I think it needs a new look, especially if we're thinking of doing capital projects. I think it needs a significant second look. It's number 5.
Okay.
The purchasing policy, only, I think, a minor one in that we might mention that greenhouse gases are a consideration.
Okay.
Capital budget, the timing, that's number 6, I think.
Okay.
And possibly the balanced budget, the timing, the calendar. And it's mostly about the capital planning, possibly to move that to the spring.
Okay. Is that your list?
Yeah, that's my list.
Great. And so we'll come back, but I would like to then move on to Claudette to see if she has a list.
Yep. My list is purchasing, debt management,
Mhm.
capital budget,
Okay.
balanced budget, and gift policy.
Oh,
Okay.
yes, yeah.
And
I will-
I just wanted to make a note that the fund balance reserve policy that's
Mhm.
listed in there, I don't believe is the most recent.
Oh,
The fund balance reserve, I thought we made a one-line adjustment that the undesignated fund would not be used to reduce the tax rate. Wasn't that part of that policy?
I don't think it's.
I remember having the discussion. I'll check on that, Claudette. Yep.
Those are mine.
Okay. Thank you, Claudette. Rob, it's okay if you don't.
I don't.
Okay. Yes. Marcia.
Purchasing, similar to Mary, the green issue, but I think green should be sprinkled throughout that purchasing. Debt management policy, the capital budget, fraud, the fund balance reserve, the balanced budget, and gifts.
Okay. All right. So I think the only one that is an anomaly is fraud. So Marcia wanted to look at fraud, but I think everything else, otherwise the list is purchasing, debt management, capital, balance. So I'm going to go slow for Miranda. So there's a board interest in taking a look at the purchasing, the debt management, the capital budget, the balance budget, the gift policy, and the fund balance reserve policy. And additionally, Marcia is interested in the fraud policy.
Well, that's pretty easy. I don't know if we need to really, I pulled out the whistleblower protection statute because that was missing. And it says on item 1D, it says may have an obligation to report to the police, and I'm wondering if that shouldn't be shall report to the police.
Okay.
I think that may be another one that's probably not a most recent policy, because I think we did change that language to shall.
I think we did talk about that actually.
And
So-
we do also have a whistleblower policy.
There just wasn't a citation, so I put that in.
Okay,
There was
so
the site.
okay, so I would like so we could do two things. So I think we could go through. I want to actually hear from Herb now. He hasn't had the benefit of a pre-list, but I know that he is working. We have some contracted services also looking at some of our policies. Does any of that work intersect with any of the board's policies that we just identified?
Yep, sorry. Yes, so where purchasing needs some update. The cash receipt, petty cash return check needs update. The investment policy needs a small update. Fraud prevention. And then fund balance. And I'd like to take that to the level of establishing a new reserve fund, a designated fund specifically for our emergency reserve. So we're not relying on the undesignated fund balance as serving as our emergency reserve. So that, but that takes us into another budget season, but that's the linkage there. And then I think that you need to consider the addition of a code of ethics.
Mhm.
In reference to financial matters or a general code of ethics?
Both,
Okay.
both. We have one that covers staff, but we don't have a code of ethics that covers elected, appointed, or other related type of officials. Sorry, I'm going through the notes that Seth and I have. So and then I agree. I mean, I agree with the other ones that you identified. We don't necessarily have them in here. And then there's a whole bunch of other notes that may affect some of these. But a lot of these that we're talking about too are also procedural, not policy related. But I agree. All of those that you identified, especially capital budgeting, purchasing, debt management, balanced budget, the gift policy, and the couple that I mentioned. Yeah, so I think we're all in sync with one another, basically.
Okay, that's great. And so there's a couple ways we can proceed. I think the way that I'm thinking of this is that we schedule these revisions slowly over a course of a couple of meetings, and that we have the benefit of having pairs work on it. But I think what we need to do is I think we need to also give a general direction for those revisers, right? I can't just like set pairs and say like, have you go. There needs to be a bit of a board direction before we move forward. So I think what I would like to do is designate someone to I think what I would like to do is I think I would like to have the benefit of everybody describing what they would like to change about these policies that they have identified. So I think the way that we could begin is we could have individual board members in the policies that they've identified write in a memo for a packet at a future date. And then we can do the work that we've done in the past where we've paired off and brought something back. I think this relates to another agenda item that's relating to calendaring. So I think this might take a bit of a process. So we might want to have a drop dead date, that we want to aim for. And it's pretty wild because we did write these in 2019. So
we compiled them now.
So I think so. Let me just to sum up what I said, and then I'll hear from you. But what I was suggesting is that we have the benefit of hearing from you, not on a broad, high level in a memo form. What is it that you would like to revise about the policy? So rather than, a good example is Marcia not necessarily providing the extensive statute, but just saying like, I would like to look at the fraud policy to, before, so it's in line with state statute, and then the citation would be the high level, for an example. And then we'll revisit this again. Go ahead, Claudette.
I guess I don't know to what degree are Herb and Seth working on these policies, because it would seem as though we're siloing the work then.
Right.
And so it seems as though if we're going to partner, then we should send it to Herb and Seth, or Herb and Seth should do their work and send it to the board.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
I think that's an excellent point. Like who animates whom, right? Who goes first? Anyone else have any other comments or share Claudette's concerns? Go ahead, Mary.
I wouldn't feel comfortable with two of us sorting out the debt management policy. I did a little preliminary research and reached back to see the origins of that to former town manager. And it was significantly different from what is in our policy now. And our debt limit is significantly different from the statutory limit. And also that our debt limit may sort of factor into capital improvements that we have to make, where we have to think about, you know, what we could possibly be facing for capital improvements, and also sensitivity to, you know, what the taxpayers can handle. So I really don't think that's going to be more than just two people. There's going to be more input there, and I'd like expert input on that, and also like comparison with other communities to find out what's reasonable. So that one in particular, I think, needs more scrutiny.
Okay. Any other comments from folks? Go ahead, Marcia.
To the extent that Herb brought up ethics, I was going to recommend, I don't know if anybody's looked at it, but the Secretary of State's office has put out something that was dated 2014. It's called Municipal Law Basics, and they have a section on ethics, which I think is useful. So I was hoping that we could address that in general at some point anyway, but if it belongs here, that's a good place, and I can send you the link if you want, Roger.
Okay, that would be great for the future packet. So anybody else have any other comments? So I would like to just in terms of Claudette's point about, you know, who gets us started, right? If we have the professional staff reviewing some of these policies, should we wait for them? The only things that I see that cross are purchasing. Well, Herb named purchasing and fraud and fund balance, and those are ones that we also mentioned. The others, cash receipt, investment policy, a code of ethics policy in reference to financials, are uniquely unique to ours. So we could just hold off on purchasing, fraud, and fund balance, you know, and have the benefit of their review to inform our future review if we would like them to begin. So do we want, for these policies, go ahead, Mary. So for these policies I named, would it make sense to hold off and have the benefit of their review?
Well, for instance, in reference to purchasing, if anyone has any other concern other than writing in a paragraph that has to do with greenhouse gas emissions and their cost, maybe we could ask Herb just to include a short paragraph that would address that as a draft for us to consider.
Okay.
Well,
I think that's pretty easy, Mary. I think we can probably copy the state's buildings and general services when they do all their state contracts. They have a paragraph that relates to that. So that, as I recall, so it should be able to plagiarize that.
Yeah, I don't think that one would be too hard if there aren't any other concerns about purchasing, but that seemed to be, I think, the big one.
My only concern was green materials. It's not just about gases, you know. So if the state's language covers that kind of thing as well, that would be good.
Right. I mean, I will also say that we have the benefit of an Article 36 task force that is going to be where they are, one of their items is to task us with suggested changes. And so we may also want to hear from them and then revise that policy with some of their suggestions too. So I guess where I'm at with this is the motion right now is to affirm, you know, our existing policies. And then I think in our discussion, I want to really have a consensus on like how we want to move forward with our work. Do we want to have the benefit of, on a high level, people writing in with their concerns, or do you want to discuss as a board sort of two policies at a time as the agenda item? So in other words, do I get your memos and then we use the memos to inform the work, or do I take two policies two policies at a time? We have a discussion, then we designate for folks for revision. So I think there's two ways of doing it, like reviewing all of your work, sending it to us, use that as a basis for our discussion, or I make the agenda where it's two at a time and we discuss together and then assign. Go ahead, Claudette.
I think we should go with the memo.
Mhm.
And I think if you're going to do two policies at a meeting, that's your meeting.
That's
You
right.
won't have any time for anything else.
That's right.
So I think that's a horrible waste of time. And that we have other things that potentially need to be addressed. And I think for some of these policies, once we get people's memos and review the memos, we can probably more easily distribute the revision work.
Okay. And I see Marcia's nodding. Mary, do you have a comment?
Yes, I agree with Claudette. I think the memos are the way to go. I do think we should express our opinion on which of the policies are, sort of high priority. And also, I think some can be amended rather simply, and others I think are going to take significant thought. So just to express that in the memo, if you have an opinion, would be my.
And when would board members like a deadline for their homework?
I think the 24th, if this is high level, because it's sort of a sorting.
Okay.
So,
Go ahead, Rob.
Yeah, a couple sections were mentioned as already having been amended or effectively amended. Do we have updates on those somewhere?
Right. So Herb, do you want to answer that question and then also weigh in a little bit on the process that we seem to be getting closer to on consensus of?
Yeah, so the couple that Claudette mentioned, either we just grabbed the wrong thing out of the binder, but we've got the updated copies of stuff. And then at least from my standpoint, if people can put together their memo format of what they're looking to update, and then we can consolidate that into something, delegate that off, whether that's a couple board members or staff or a combination. I think that works well. I think that Seth can be involved in the process as well. So I don't think it's just the town manager, for instance, that may be involved. I mean, that's Seth is, working on it as well. And it's a good, he being a CPA and having a third party, a sort of an independent perspective, might be able to add some additional viewpoint that will be beneficial. And then clearly don't forget, Cheryl in a number of these instances as the town treasurer. It's important to be that we have her insight on some of this as well. So that's another worker bee in the process.
And the process that we did in the past is, the finance committee, which I believe was inclusive of Cheryl at the time, did have a review and submitted to us edits, in fact. And then of course, Cheryl is a signatory along with Herb, sort of on. I think it's acknowledged and what is the phrasing? Doesn't matter.
Acknowledge and understand, or
yes,
like that, yeah.
Acknowledged and understood is sort of what's signed.
Yeah.
So we did incorporate the then finance committee into a pass through of these policies, which we may do again if we have the occasion to have a finance committee. Okay.
And then the only other place to look as a possible sort is when Mary mentioned some professional help. I think that Vermont League of Cities and Towns can offer that because they have a lot of, the model policies that we relate to it. Also the Secretary of State's office. And then lastly, the Auditor of Accounts office sometimes have these either models or have a person that can help provide some insight. So we might be able to get good advice, but less expensive than, say, going out and hiring a consultant to do something.
Sure. Okay, so I think we have a consensus that we'll write our high-level memos and submit them for the packet deadline. But we do have a motion on the table that asks us to affirm the current master financial policies. And so I would like to call the question if we're ready. Okay, so all in favor of reaffirming the master financial policies? Oh, or sorry, I'm going to ask for a motion. Someone else should make that motion. Oh no, we made it. So I'm restating the motion and now I'm asking for the vote. All in favor of reaffirming the master financial policies, say, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Any opposition, any nays? No, seeing none. Okay, so great. Our discussions are so long, I forget that we have a motion on the table, which is good, but I think we reached a good place. Okay, so the next is the parking lot agenda items. So in the interest, I mentioned in an agenda setting a message that I would go straight to the discussion. I think I would like to hear, I think this is really just I would like to just have the benefit, particularly for all of us who may have not seen these items in a while and may have forgotten the context, or Marcia, who certainly didn't necessarily know the context at all, to just sort of react on what, you know, I'm going to take broad reactions on the document that I proposed. Anyone feel strongly that some of these parking lot items need to be addressed?
Could you put them up, Roger?
I can.
Thanks.
I have a couple comments when you're willing to hear me, Roger.
Yes, of course. And we didn't have the benefit of a discussion because of the turnaround of the agenda. So I'm happy to incorporate your feedback. Just getting through the lengthy financial documents. Here we go. Okay. Okay, so I would like to start with board members. Anyone have any, what I'm calling strong reactions that any of this work needs to continue to be prioritized? Go ahead, Claudette.
I think the COVID update can be removed.
Okay.
I do think at some point in time, we need to discuss or have a discussion about the non-town, the websites that have popped up for various groups. I have concerns that there are, I mean, if they have contact links in their website that's not part of the town website, talk about a breach of open meeting law.
Okay.
So those, if those aren't, you know, that kind of thing. The personnel policies absolutely need to be revised.
Mm-hmm.
The
Okay.
animal control, I mean, there's a reason why they were in the parking lot. The animal control ordinance need to be revised.
Okay.
If you can scroll, the climate emergency designated fund, all we need is an approval. We've got a first read.
Mm-hmm. And go ahead.
The SolarFlex contract, I believe, we've come to, we said what we wanted to do. Last I knew, it was just passing through the town attorneys.
Mm-hmm.
We've talked about the financial procedures and the Emerald Ash Borer. I think whether that comes from conservation to us, probably would be the best thing. So I would wait for them to report or ask them for some kind of guidance. We know about Green Fleet's kind of wrapped up in the task force group. We need to continue to work on the town plan update. The Juneteenth resolution, Roger, that was yours. I'm not I have no strong feelings pro or con. And then the firearms ordinance or proposal to ban firearms, discharge of firearms in Norwich, I think that is not something I am going to pursue
Okay.
or wish to pursue.
Okay. Thank you, Claudette. Claudette ran through the list, which is wonderful. And does anyone else have comments or thoughts? Rob, did I see a hand?
Yeah, I think the committee websites begs the question that the entire town website is overdue for a major overhaul, so that all that stuff can be accommodated with links, internal links that don't have to spread out. So
Yeah.
that expands that subject, and I'm not sure how much time it would take on our part. Just find somebody who's got good examples of options and organize it.
Okay. Any other Herb or any other Rob, or just that?
Not specifically, no.
Okay. Mary, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, just on the outstanding policy revisions, the conservation fund personnel, also the animal control ordinance. I think they're important. I think the personnel was held up until we had the union contract, and it's time to really fund that. But also that policy revisions just take time. I mean, our simple, code of conduct and our receipt of correspondence took up a significant amount of time tonight, where I think we're talking about, maybe one paragraph in each document.
Mm-hmm.
So just to keep it in our, if we can shape our year, just to prioritize or to see if someone has significant time to put into something like personnel policies,
Mm-hmm.
just to be mindful of what time we actually have to work on things. So.
Okay. Thank you. And then I'm going to follow up. I'm taking notes, so I'm going to come back to us all, but I want to hear from Marcia.
I agree with most everything that was said. I would highlight the committee websites. I think it's important because, there should be standardization, and I worry about even an open meeting law violation if you're talking about social media stuff. I don't know what goes on with all of that sometimes. And because I've seen some of the concerns about the Solaflect, I'm worried about, about the billing and whether or not we need an audit and have that done professionally so that we can be comfortable. I'm also thinking that the discharge of firearms, living in town and having a hunter show up in my backyard once was unnerving, and having shots fired, I think, and I have a large vernal pond in the backyard and there's people around, so that, had a shot gone into the water and ricocheted, it could have been bad. I do think that that's something that we should think about in terms of public safety.
Okay. I'm going to turn to our town manager, who I think for the Solaflect contract, I think he has a recommendation. So Herb, do you have any comments on these items?
Yes. So the COVID, that to me, that can come off your parking lot with regard to, there are updates that come out on a regular basis. The daily ones that sort of wind down a little bit, but they're still out there. But as a board member item, I don't think that needs to be on there. And then as I need to update stuff, for instance, with Tracy Hall, that will occur as it occurs. I think the Trails Committee memo thing can come off your parking lot. I've been dealing with the subcommittee of the trails and the volunteers on a fairly good basis, most recently this week with regard to the possibility of an OML violation. And I think I've lack of a better term, laid down the law with regard to the volunteers and the subcommittee. I'm also in touch with the chair of the Conservation Commission over that. So I think that that's being effectively taken care of. I agree with Rob on the overall website. There's just an overall need to do the website. I can tell you there's no staff availability to do an overhaul of the website. So if you're going to do an overhaul of the website, you need some money and a contractor or someone that will do it. I'm not supportive of just having some student do it because it has to be set up to be able to be maintained down the roadway. So I think there's a level of professionalism that needs to go with it. I can't remember what the Conservation Fund memo was, but obviously I agree with Claudette and the personnel policies, also with the animal control ordinance. I think the Solar Fleck contract, that is basically that's in the attorney's hands right now, and that as of the last board meeting that Langos was at, I had that it was still our attorney trying to reach out to Bill Bender's group to get the that general agreement amended. The Emerald Ash Borer situation was originally came to you through, I think it was Dave Hubbard, maybe with Thad Goodwin as well. And I think really what they were recommending was that you ought to be thinking about a budget or a designated fund to deal with the chopping down of ashes in the near term, and that it will take a significant amount of money to deal with just ash trees in our roadways. This is only for ashes in public rights of way. This is not private property owner related stuff. So I think that was the general request. You know, Emerald Ash Borer is here. It's going to even be here more, but that's really what that was about. So maybe that one is one of those ones that becomes held off until the budget season. I agree with the Green Fleet, the Juneteenth, the town plan updates. I don't really think town plan update needs to be in your parking lot per se, because the Planning Commission is going to control what's going to come to you with regard to any updates. If there are specific things that are charges from the town plan, such as the child care committee and all that, again, that's going to come to you organically. So I don't really see the update needing on there. And then the discharge of firearms, that may be a bigger issue, but I think that the particular issue that the individual was raising is really more a function of what the statute, what Fish and Game and the statute deal with. And I really don't think that you can carry out what was recommended from that. However, if it blossoms into a different issue with regard to discharge of firearms in town, then I would leave that to you. But that's my general input on that,
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks. So I'm gonna now that I have the benefit of everyone's comments, I'm gonna go hopefully quickly through to make sure, because I didn't hear the same thing from everyone, and so I want to make sure that we're all in agreement. So I think we all agree that the Green Fleet can be removed from our parking lot. It's taking on some work with the Article 36 task force. Do we all? I'm hearing that. Okay. The Emerald Ash Borer, do we want it to, okay, so the Emerald Ash Borer we should check in with the Conservation Commission, have the benefit of hearing from them, and then possibly take it up again in budget season, perhaps after we've had more information from Conservation. Is that the general consensus?
Maybe just charge the Conservation Commission with doing that.
Okay.
So if it comes back for the budget process, that's part of their charge.
Okay, so there might be some housekeeping with that, I will say. So, okay. So is there agreement that there's a little bit, we should check in with the Conservation Commission and then possibly come back?
Or task them with bringing us the information.
So I need someone to be tasked with this.
Why don't we ask Herb to
So
task them?
can we task Herb to check in with Craig Lane, or would we like a board member to do it?
Yeah,
I would be more than happy to to check in with Craig and ask him to provide us with some kind of update by, I need a deadline, end of April?
That would be fine, I would say. If nothing else, it would be correspondence. Which, and we know what to do with correspondence.
But for budget, right, Claudette? But for budget, I mean, if they recommend something for budget, it would come in during the normal.
Right. But first, like just a high level, what are you thinking? And then can have a consideration if you need some funds to be prepared to speak to it at budget season.
Okay, so Claudette will reach out saying that we would like to understand more about the Emerald Ash Borer with a possible, where there may or may not be a recommendation for a budgetary request, and that we would like to hear back on whether or not that is acknowledged for a future meeting. Does that make sense? It's late, but yeah, everyone's nodding. Okay. I think the Solaflect, I've heard that the Solaflect contract and the GMC billing might be two separate issues at this point. Do other people also hear that?
Mhm. Yeah.
Okay, they got lumped together. So do we feel like there needs, her provided us an update that it's with the attorneys. So I think for that reason, it should come off the parking lot until the attorneys get back to us. Is there a yes or no on that? A yes?
Question,
Okay.
does that include an audit?
So I'm taking the GMCP billing issue, I'm separating them out as two issues. And so I'm asking first about the Solaflect contract, if it can come off our parking lot.
I think the contract can.
Yes. Now, the GMC billing, I only heard, I heard Marcia would like more follow-up to that. Is there someone else who would like more follow-up to that?
I think it would be reasonable to provide the information that was provided to other board members with regard to what Linda Gray, so that Marcia has the benefit of seeing what that information is.
I think the information that has been provided has not been discussed in a meeting. It's been FYI informational only.
Right.
So perhaps, is there an agreement that that information be presented to the board for future discussion?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Marcia.
I don't have a problem with hearing that, but I'd like to have someone who's a professional do an audit.
So do I have any, so I don't have, do we have consensus on that? Is that something that is, go ahead, Claudette.
I think we need to bring the GMP issue before the board, have a
Yep.
public discussion, and then go discuss our next steps. Whether or not that includes a professional audit should be discussed at that meeting.
I'm inclined to agree. Does everyone see that as a step forward for this as a work?
Yeah, I think that would be a good thing to,
Okay.
good way to handle that.
So I'm noting that for myself. Pam Smith, you have a public comment. I'm going to take your public comment. I know you're speaking about this particular issue, but I'm going to actually take your public comment right after when we wrap this up. But I want to acknowledge that I see your hand. So I heard that COVID can come off, and the trails committee memo, which I recognize that Marcia hasn't seen, but Herb described the substance of to you. So first, can the COVID update be integrated into the town manager report and come off the agenda? I'm saying yes. Great. The trails, the trails committee, there was a long memo about the distinction. There's a June memo that was the distinction between the trails volunteers and the trails subcommittee and their interactions. Herb has been steadfastly managing the distinctions for all our benefit. Can that come off our agenda after having Herb speak to it?
I think so.
I
I'd
think
like to have updates from Herb though, of how that's going. At the end of the
Yeah.
report.
Okay, and then everything else I'm hearing is generally a consensus that it needs to be considered strongly. People feel strongly about the non-town websites. People feel strongly about the personnel policies, and there's certainly an interest in animal control and policies in general. And then the one other one is the discharge of firearms. Claudette felt it could be brought off. Marcia would, I heard that Marcia felt that there was more discussion. Is there a third board member who, or is there a second board member who wants it off or to leave it on? Rob, Mary, what do you think?
I'd like to leave it off. I think it just strikes me that it's not going to go anywhere.
Okay, Rob?
Yeah, I would agree.
Okay, so by consensus, I'm going to remove that from the parking lot items. Okay, I think that was it. So I think this idea of like calendaring all of this, particularly some of them being ordinance work, will be tricky and probably something that we'll get into. Pam Smith, I would like to take your public comment.
Pam Smith, 1445 New Boston Road. I am wondering if the Green Mountain Power billing information that you're talking about has been circulated among board members, will be included in a future packet. And I would also request that these spreadsheets that Bill Bender contends that he has provided at the end of each billing year be also included in that packet. I requested them from Bill directly, and of course he ignored me. So I'm hoping that the board will include those in the packet so that they can become public knowledge.
And indeed, I have a strong consensus that the GMC billing and all the work that has been done needs to be brought forward in the packet for a future agenda item. So that's what I had heard. And
but I'm asking that those spreadsheets that are the year-end reconciliations also be included, that are coming from Solaflec, not just the work that Linda Gray and Becky have done to research these the GMP billings and comparing them to the Solaflec billings.
Herb was giving a thumbs up to acknowledge that is and part of the work.
Perfect, thank you.
So I was going to acknowledge your public comment, but Herb went further and just say that it's part of the work. So thank you very much.
Great, all right, thank you.
Okay. All right, so now, so we can, go ahead, Claudette. What have I missed?
There's just some stuff that was not in the parking lot just because it's relatively recent, and I don't want, let me know if you want me to discuss it now or just send you a memo.
I would love to hear from you. I think because I know that you were tracking this, so anything that I missed, please please put forward, and we'll come back.
Yeah, so we mentioned it in passing, the climate emergency designated fund indications for use.
Yeah.
We also need to appoint a select board member to the Article 36 task force.
Yep.
And a representative to the regional energy. I think there's a town rep to that group. Is there not?
Yes, but and we do need to, and there's going to be follow-up for the, we actually have to decide if we're going to, we have to get more, I think we should get more details about joining that and discuss it. So yeah, I'm taking note of these. And I think,
yeah, those were the things that came to mind.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. So we did a little bit of the agenda item, which was talking about the memo, and then did some future agenda item planning, which is a bonus. Okay, I'm ready to move on. There was no motion that was required, if that's okay. So now, the operational planning goal setting. So I think for the action item asks to discuss the packet materials that were presented and discuss their merits and a process for organizing an operational plan and our goals for the year. So there's inherent guardrails into that action, right? We're going to talk more about process, and you see that the next agenda item asks for a date for continuation, where we would probably get into the actual specifics of what those goals might be. So for now, if it's okay, I would actually like to hear from everyone about the content of the packet materials, and then I would probably turn to Marcia at some point. So just quickly, there's a memo from Marcia around operational planning. There was 2017 and 2018 Excel charts that were addressed the calendaring concerns that were brought forward as an example. And then there was more of a possible output for all of that work, an example from Montpelier's strategic plan. So those documents that were provided just sought to find examples to what we discussed. So I would like to first hear from like folks broadly, and then I'm going to actually ask Marcia to talk a little bit about her memo, if that's okay. So does anyone have any reactions to anything that was presented in the packet as something that might be helpful to creating a process? Go ahead, Mary.
I don't know if this is all inclusive, but I'm just thinking about, I'm very concerned about capital projects that are pending or maybe pending, that are the responsibility of the town right now, but also may intersect with, you know, the school, whatever the school's proposed septic solution is, whatever our, you know, affordable housing is, whatever our childcare is. I just feel like there are a lot of giant capital needs that need to be addressed and perhaps talked about and prioritized. It ties into so many things like the debt management. How much debt can we take on? What are funding sources? They're just large, you know, large issues that I would appreciate early in our process, perhaps being able to talk about all of them. And I don't know if we'd need a facilitator, but just to see all the pieces and to think about what we are facing in the next few years, to have a coherent plan of dealing with them. So I don't know if that makes any sense, but I would like to see that sooner than later. I'd like to see that this spring, some kind of overview of the large trends and needs that are coming to us.
Okay. Any other comments about thinking about tools for operational planning or what have you? Go ahead, Claudette. So Marcia, I hate to interrupt. So I think your paper is hitting your mic and it's like causing some, yeah, just so you know. Go ahead.
I think if we're truly committed to working on some kind of operational plan and goal setting, we definitely need a separate meeting. And I would probably not only one. And I feel very strongly that it needs to be a facilitated meeting with somebody who is a professional at working with groups and on these kind of issues. It even just when you're talking about strategic planning, that is usually a facilitated. It's not a very, I mean, it's a complex process. So I think there need to be separate meetings that are held to get to the heart of these matters, and they need to be facilitated.
Okay.
I agree with that. Yep.
Rob or Marcia?
Rob first.
Yeah.
Looking at the chart, for instance, that was done, was that 2019 or was that stamp of 2019 or 2020?
I think it was.
Go ahead.
Might have been 2020, right?
The chart? No, it was 2018 to 19.
2018 to 19. Okay. How your experience was? How successful was that?
I would say not very. I haven't. But the problem is, we set up that chart and we never looked back at it. That
Right.
You know, that's part of it. And then you get wrapped up in so many competing priorities.
Yeah.
After you set that chart, and we're not very adept at shifting.
Okay. Marcia. So go ahead. Yeah.
Did you want to say something?
Well, I think, you know, I'm learning this, but I think what's really interesting about, so it's funny that we went from capital to chart, right? And so I think what's really, and I really want to focus more on the chart, right? Because, and I also want to hear from Herb. And I think what's interesting about, to set up Marcia, if I may, what's interesting about what Marcia's proposed is she's not necessarily calling for the complex process of strategic planning. She's asking us to sort of ask more questions like, as something like, what is a town, right? As cerebral and also administrative as that question is, and then really look to define what our responsibilities are, if we have the expertise, or if we're meeting these responsibilities, and if we are doing anything outside of these responsibilities, if it's in our power to do so, and if we have the current expertise and time to do it, right? And so that would just be my setup for Marcia's document, if I may. And I think I'm willing, I don't know if you wanted to talk about that, Marcia, but I thought I think that was different than something like a strategic facilitated conversation, right?
Yeah, I mean, basically, I came to this whole the board thinking, you know, what's our role and what do I think that the town is doing, and do I understand it as a person who lives in the town? And I don't really. It seems like, you know, it's a bit of an orchestra where maybe all the different sections are playing their own tune, and we need to hear the symphony in, you know, concert. So that's what I'm looking to see. Where are our priorities? And I just feel innately that you have to start with the things that are sine qua non. We have to do those without question, and those are the must-do categories that statutorily, that's our ball game. And then we do have the ability for the voters to ask us to do certain other things, and that's the second category. And they asked for reduction of fossil fuel use, so we have to do that. And the final thing is really getting to the capital issues that Mary's talking about, and a bigger plan, which is there's a whole lot of things that we could do. It doesn't mean we ought to do them or should do them, but maybe we could do them, and that's the discussion that we should have, so that we put together, possibly with the help of a facilitator, what that should look like, so that then we have a roadmap for ourselves, because part of that what should it look like should also include the capital plan. Can we afford it? Is it something that's going to be doable and we're not going to put the town in jeopardy financially? And so that was my goal in putting this together, and it's just a springboard for the board to talk about how we might think about something more global, which drills down to the stuff that we have to do and are going to do.
Right. Does anyone else see a distinction between what Marcia is speaking to and what might be laid out in sort of like that strategic document from Montpelier, which of course, recognizing that Montpelier has a graphic designer among other things. So you know, did anyone hear a distinction between, does anyone see the distinction between these documents and the exercise and discussion that is different? I'm answering my own question, but so Claudette, did you unmute yourself to talk?
I did unmute myself. I think where Marcia's must-dos, will-dos, could-dos, I don't think you can separate kind of like the strategic planning type thing or the goal setting type thing. To me, they're integrated documents. Even this must do, will do, would like to do. There needs to be some overarching the
Plan.
words escape me right now. Plan,
Understand. Yeah, and
a
understand.
plan.
That was the intent here, Claudette, that the plan would incorporate these things.
Right. So whether you call it a strategic plan or just goal setting or whatever you call it, having it breaking it down to the must do, could do's, would like to do's. It's, to me, they're just so integrated. We need an overarching plan.
Yeah. Does any other, I would like to turn to Herb at this point, unless anyone else has any other comments right now at this point. Marcia, did you have any other comments? I couldn't tell.
No, I think to some extent we're all saying the same thing.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, as Claudette's thinking, we need to have something that's going to give us the big roadmap. But think about owning your own home. There's a big roadmap for your house, but sometimes you have things that are aspirational that you know you're going to get to at some point, or it's a goal, but it may be derailed. But at least you've got it on your grand plan, whatever you call it, a duck, a goose, or whatever. It's an operational blueprint for your entity.
Right. And I think what I'm most interested in actually is this: I can't do anything else in my home until I replace these floors, right? To give an example of your analogy, they're structurally unsound. I can't do anything else. Like literally the project is on hold. So I think what's interesting about the must do is sort of, it's an audit. I'm going to cue up Herb here. It's an audit of understanding perhaps, where we have been derelict potentially, or what needs better care, and understanding that these need to be prioritized before we take on anything else, right? So, and this doesn't mean you have to hold the phone on them, right? Like you can have a committee pursue issues on childcare. They're going to get us really good information potentially, but like maybe we need to understand that our records need to be digitized a little bit better, or else more accessible to the public through some kind of IT upgrades, right? So you can pursue them both, but you need to understand that one is way more in your immediate wheelhouse than the other, right? And so that's why I heard in the last week, that's where committees come in too, right? To make sure that work is happening at the same time. So I'm seeing some nodding, at least from Marcia, which is encouraging of me, but I'm going to turn it over to Herb. Herb, you're hearing us talk, you're our town manager. We're not talking about the operations of our town, which we recognize is your wheelhouse. We're talking about an operational plan for our governance, which I think is a distinction. Do you have any thoughts on how you would advise us, or any other, or what have you? You
So
sighed.
it's a big task, and I think that Norwich has some systemic problems, and I think that it's at all different levels, including mine. I think that that it's time to grasp that. Norwich is the laughing stock of the Upper Valley. It is, and I'm not going to sugarcoat that. I think that it's time that this community at a board level undertakes a performance audit, and that's not not the financial audit that you think about. It's an overall performance audit. What is truly the board's responsibility? What is truly the town manager's responsibility? How do we need to be interfacing with one another? There are professionals that are out there that do this for a living. For instance, the new town manager in Hartford is a performance auditor. That's her background. So there is a person in the area that can provide the kind of input or a little presentation as to how to begin to look at that kind of a particular process. I just barely have introduced that to the chair the last couple of days, because I was intrigued in listening to the Hartford town manager at a Vital Communities meeting, and asked her to kind of link me with something. And so she linked me with there's a like everybody else, there's some kind of a national organization, membership organization that all these folks belong to. But there's, if you go off to it, it kind of talks about what is a performance audit and the kind of expectations that come from it. Obviously, you can tailor it to what you're actually doing or wanting to do. But to me, it seems like, you know, we've started a Gantt chart. You know, when I first came on board, we had that for 2 years, kind of not really a failure, but didn't stick to it. Then we went into a process of having a visioning process. And yep, that still hangs up downstairs in Tracy Hall, but I don't think anybody really pays attention to that. And there was a process that Claudette walked us through where we came out with individual, it was a separate meeting and the board members came out with separate responses. And there was sort of an attempt to say, here's what we're looking to do. Here's the quarter that we need to get it done in. And I think there was some accomplishment for that. But again, something that got put on the side due to other particular issues. And I'm concerned that now we're entering into another sort of mode of something that we might come up with something, but that we might, you know, a year from now, put it aside. And I think that if we commit ourselves to doing something that's sort of all embracive of everybody, such as I'm not saying the performance audit is the thing to do, because I'm kind of agreeing with it, you folks. I think we all agree that there's a level of professional assistance that's needed. And I think the professional assistance, hopefully by and among itself, will bring that value added to it that will want us to move on in the future and stick to it. And so, and I think that process involves the public at large. It involves the board. It involves all other elected and appointed officials. It involves staff at different levels. I think it's pretty intensive, but I think it's something that this town needs because from my perspective, I'm not getting the direction that I need as a town manager. And nor do I think that you believe that I'm providing you the direction that the town manager should be giving. I think it's a two-way street, but I think that there's a lot of component pieces that come into that. I think to go specifically to Marcia's thing, you know, she's smart in the chess game of the board member. She's played the white side because she's moved first by putting out a document. You know, she's kind of controlling the discussion by doing that. So I commend you, Marcia, for putting something forward that I think is embraceable. I do have a lot of issues with what you put together because I do think it borders on micromanagement in terms of what you put in here, but the context of what you put in here, I think, is admirable, and I think it's pretty cool to go through there, and would just love to be able to go through it because I think it's intended to be simple and straightforward. But it's a nice, as you say, it's a nice launch pad to go from. I think what I would like to do is take what you've kind of done and launch it into a more meaningful thing with regard to a performance audit. And then just specifically to this, because it's out there and Langus didn't quite say it the right way during town meeting, and you picked up on it in your memorandum, we do not have a 12.5% liability left over from the July 1 storm. There is no money that needs to be paid back or anything. The context of what Langus was trying to say was that during the time frame that our 12.5% was done essentially by staff repairing roads and all that sort of stuff. The liability is what projects didn't get done during those 2 summers that staff was working on things to do road repairs and all that themselves. But in terms of the actual financial liability, there is no remaining financial liability as it pertains specifically to FEMA and the funds and all that sort of stuff. So I just want to make sure that's clear because that's a big number that we talk about. But other than that, I'm going to stop at that point because I think that's a big chew. Yeah. But I think it is in the same keeping with what Mary and Claudette have mentioned as well as Marcia.
So Herb, I'm going to ask you this question that I'm going to ask other people, which might expand our conversation longer. Herb, so it's your professional advice that a facilitated conversation for goal setting, we are beyond that point. Is that what I'm hearing?
I, I, I think you, my point is, I think,
It's okay. It's a tough question and everyone's going to answer it.
no, I'm trying to get at a more fundamental level. I don't think this town understands a town manager form of government. And I don't think that maybe I don't fully understand it, but I think that there are some fundamental things that we need to exercise ourselves through discussion with a professional to help us. And beyond just, I keep mentioning town manager, but it's other stuff as well. It's, what does the community really want for a police department? What does the community really want for public works?
Right.
What does the community really want with a capital budget and program? There's a lot of the component pieces of that are coming because you've helped to budget them, that the voters approve, such as some of those inventories and all that, which will really help to get at some of the pieces and parts that Mary's talking about, which is, what are our true priorities of our road segments and our sidewalks and our culverts and our bridges? That I understand that we need to update that stuff and get that new intel. And then that allows us to have a much more robust capital budget and program. But in the interim, the staff has spent a lot of time with their experiences providing the priorities for you for the next 5 or 6 years. Whether you embrace them or not is still up to you, but they're there in front of you. And I think committing yourselves to having some of that discussion is warranted. Whether it means we need additional information or we can't resolve ourselves to something, fine. But I do think that there is some discussion that's warranted on the information that's available to you at the time. But again, the performance related stuff is really at a root level. Your town plan gives you what your goals and objectives need to be. Okay, so take your town plan, take the implementation plan and carry it out, and you'll get an amazing things done for this town. That's why you're doing a child care committee, as a for instance. And I think you can develop a strategic plan from that overarching vision of the town from that standpoint.
Okay. Does anyone have any comments or thoughts that inspired them? And then I would like to make a recommendation for how we should proceed. Marcia, I saw you taking notes. And nodding. Did you have any thoughts? And Mary, Claudette, and Rob, any reactions? I mean, I think Herb gave us indeed something to chew on.
Yeah, I was just thinking, I hadn't thought of this in regard to, town manager functions, select board function. I was thinking of this in terms of the town and how we run the town and for what purpose, and do we have enough money for it, basically? And are we being fiscally responsible, all that sort of thing. So a holistic kind of approach is all I was trying to get at. And I hope we can proceed in some fashion because those other tools are out there, the town plan, et cetera. But I think that doesn't get to a budget that is looking at the whole operational plan.
Right.
And I wish I could think of another term for it other than operational plan.
Yeah. Mary, Rob, or Claudette? Go ahead, Rob.
Last year, if I may. Oh, Mary, you going?
No, go ahead.
Last year, I gave a certain amount of introspection to trying to decide whether or not there was a way to get feedback from the community, from the town at large, as to whether or not they wanted a select board that was just check writing, keep that budget trim, do what we are required, only what we are required to do by law, or do they want a board that has a larger sense, an aspirational sense of what the town can be and needs to, the trajectory that we would need to make to achieve some improvements to make it a better place to live. And I didn't come up with a solution of how to get that sense from the community at large. You know, it's I personally see the aspirational as being overdue. That's what we need to do to get a better identity of Norwich, something that isn't a Kenyan joke. But we do have all these fiscal responsibilities that are required of us. So it's trying to, find that balance, and I haven't figured that out yet. I mean, we've just been chasing to a large extent, trying to keep up with COVID and the minor emergencies that come up and a variety of things. And it is tough to see how we're going to limit our discussion, our discussion at the meetings, our action at the meetings to cover these larger topics when we're talking about looking at that financial policy that could take up 4 or 6 meetings, just working out the details of that.
Right.
Any other thoughts? Go ahead, Mary.
I think too, we're subject to unexpected forces that push us in different directions. For instance, I think, Art's been here for 4 years, and I think for 3 of them, he's really dealing with storm damage and sort of doing an extra job on the side, right? And on this childcare thing, it's so important for economic functioning of Vermont to have childcare. But I think you have to think that it's not just business as usual. You got to think beyond that. So I think we get pushed. It's not just that we can be completely neat and tidy. And we could cancel everything. Let's get rid of everything. Let's get rid of rec. Let's get a police. Let's go back to dirt roads. Let's just clear it out. We could try to maintain it nicely, which I think is better. And then I think we have to figure that there are going to be some things that are just wild cards that we're going to have to think on our feet and just try to deal with them.
So the one and I don't have to get the final word, so I'll come back again. But I do want to also move towards our next agenda item, which is deciding what to do next, essentially, if we want to schedule a future time. So the one thing the point that I heard was most resonated to me that Herb just made is we often use the wrong space to ask the right questions. So I think a good example, taking from what I can think of from my own thinking, is I was asking Chief Frank at our February 24th meeting, how is it that standard operating procedures of your department require you to have 3 cars? And that is a question that in a budget season is probably inappropriate, because I should have already known the answer, or it should have been neatly presented to me. And I should be prepared to rubber stamp that purchase, right? So, which is to say that there's 2 things that could happen. One, I didn't know enough, right, when I went into that meeting, and there were questions that I needed answered and that I had more work to do. And so I'm really struck by another packet item that's in there that John Carroll did for us, which is he reminds us that the board has a duty to convene people to learn more, right? So I would like the ability to learn more things often. But that being said, I also would like the ability to say, I would like to also, to the extent that I'm allowed under statute, to weigh in on what I think the standard operating procedure should be of that department and other department, right? To the extent that it's my duty to do so. So there's 2 things happening there. One, I might not know enough, and I need to get more information. And then the other one is that I may actually know plenty and want something to be done differently. But either way, these reactions are inappropriate for the settings that we end up asking them in. So we need them in a strategic plan or an operation. You know, we need to sort of have those answers so that way when these things come before us, we don't deliberate them ad nauseum in the space of our meeting. We prepare to like move them along. Ask the good questions in the governance, but we don't need to debate the deep merits of the proposal because presumably it's already been decided. So and I think that, and so what I'm wondering is, you know, the idea, if we agree that there are some things that we need to know about, like, for example, what our committees are doing, they have to report to us quarterly, but we have the ability to, as we did with the Conservation Commission, give them work, right? They're our appointees, and keep up to date on what it is that they're doing, you know, thank goodness for the Energy Committee for all their work they do, but why is it that they are proposing a major capital project to this board? Why is the board not leading with that major capital project, right? Unless we task them with that at some point, right? One could argue that, you know, they shepherd in the voters to add pressure to us, right? They might be, you know, taking their charge a little bit differently. So I don't want to get into like that discussion so much, just as to say that for a future meeting, we may wish to decide how are we going to learn more about our town. Maybe start from a place of assuming nothing, scheduled some time in a special meetings to convene, ask questions, and then also work on whatever the strategic product needs to look at. So that is just my reaction to hearing some of the good conversation that I had. I only saw Marcia nod a little. Everyone else, the rest of you have poker faces. So now I gave a lot to chew on, but my suggestion is that we might think about future agenda items to convene some committees, learn more about their work with our town manager to ask sort of day in the life style questions of our departments. But I don't know. Maybe that sounds naive of me, right?
Can I ask a question?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Do you all feel that we have, call it whatever you want, do we have that thing that's guiding us? That's telling us we have the money, these are the things that we need to do, these are the things that we're planning to do, and we're not going to get the town into trouble. Does that exist?
Who would like to answer Claudette's question or Marcia's question? I saw Claudette raise her hand in my defense. So Claudette, go ahead.
I would say, Marcia, other than our operational budget, which tells our town manager and our department heads what they are allowed to spend in a given year, no, we don't have an overarching vision of what, yeah, I would say no.
And to tack on to Marcia's question, when did we last have it?
I would argue not in my tenure as a board member.
Okay.
I think we got closest when we had, in my opinion, the goal setting where, as Herb described, we tried to break down in quarters what it was that that the board was going to accomplish.
Okay.
But I think we got the closest then because we did accomplish some, not very many, but some things. But I would, yeah.
So Rob or Mary, could you answer Marcia's question? Do we feel like we have that document that like drives our work? And then if not, when did we last have it, if ever? I'm paraphrasing. Mary?
Yeah, I'm not sure Marcia described it as a document, but I think it is an understanding. I think it is an understanding. And I think that's what I feel is missing. And the operational budget, as messy as our process is, it gets put into place, it has to. The lights are on, the people are working. But the vision for the town, I think does involve capital projects and the condition of capital assets. So to me, that's where the thing, that's the subject of the thing, the common understanding. And I don't think we have it.
So, Rob, do you have any other thoughts?
Well, I mean, it occurs to me that the year I've been here, the closest we have to something like that is the Beaver Meadow sidewalk, where people are expressing their interaction with the town on a daily basis, that they love to take a walk around the town, get some air, get some exercise, see their neighborhood, see their neighbors, and have that sort of a community, and that the schools bring a lot of people together as they're caring for their children, and their children showing concern for their children's future. But I'm not sure I'm not sure that I've seen anything expressed other than the town plan that really covers that sort of thing. And we've got people complaining about the town plan, left and right too. Oh no, that's not my town, or whatever. So it'd be nice if that at the very least gave us a guiding point of to aim at.
So, Marcia, what is your reflection in hearing some of the answers to your question?
Well, I think everybody feels that we need to have an overarching visionary operational plan, which folds in the stuff that we know we have to do, and definitely attends to those capital things that are to be done. And at that stage, it's kind of, like the discrete things that Bob was talking about, like the Beaver Meadow. That's a very discrete thing that's part potentially of a capital plan kind of thing. But I think we need to be seeing it holistically. So I think everybody has the same idea, but I'm not sure, maybe Claudette's idea is the best. Start with somebody to help us to vision it, to see what it looks like, so that we fold in all of the documents that we have and turn it into a workable, I would love somebody to come up with a good term for this thing, visionary operational plan.
So, and then Herb, I want to give you some space to reflect back on this a little bit too, because I think you would probably respectfully disagree on our assessments so far, and I would like to hear these respectful disagreements. I'm assuming that they're disagreements. Are they?
I think that there are some respectable disagreements on that. That I think that there has been. I think that there are real attempts at trying to develop vision, to provide strategic direction. I think that probably one of the last times that the town bordered on something that to what you're talking about is when the town did a strategic planning process, and the only thing that successfully came out of it was the energy component. And I think that I can't remember if that was under Neil Fulton's timeframe or before that, but there was an overall framework that was pulled together with different components of it. And again, the energy one is the one that moved forward. Everything else fell down. So I do think that there has been that sort of attempt done in the particular town and I'm assuming that had a consultant as part of the process. And I do think that the town is evolving through whether it's various town managers or particular topics that occur throughout the process. Because I don't know what the apprehension is for this board and past boards to move forward with something. There's clear apprehension. There is expectation of me, which I get, which from at least the past board is not expectation of the town manager. So I embrace that and try to move forward. But there's also stuff that I think that has been presented, talked about, given whatever it is, and there's apprehension on this board's part to do something about it. And I don't know why.
Okay, I want to sort of wrap up with a process. I appreciate that, Herb. I appreciate everyone's comments. And I think what I'm reflecting on is I haven't actually had sort of this level of candor from board members since we had done the select board. Gosh, when we did 2008, when John Carroll was our facilitator in 2018, I haven't had the benefit of like hearing from board members personally. So I think if nothing else, this was helpful for that. But I want to understand a way forward for what we should do next. I think one proposal on the table was, look, you need to really have a facilitated conversation. I think Herb is saying a facilitated conversation might help, but you're really looking at something much more along the lines of a performance audit to inform anything, strategic. I'm saying I would like to have the opportunity, perhaps I'm looking for a delay, I'm to learn more and get more information. Was there anything else on the table that I had missed? And then I think Marcia, if I may, might be keen on sort of maybe fine tuning some of the categories of her document and moving along with some of the direction that provides. Is that right, Marcia?
Well, yeah, or other people may have some ideas about how, to move ahead with that. But I think, I think that before we do too much, we need to have this. And I don't see this as any reflection on Herb and how, what you're doing, Herb. I see this as like our responsibility to oversee. And I don't know how we look at capital projects if we don't have that big vision. And that's what I'm hoping that we could come out of this with, so that it doesn't become put in the parking lot, but serves us as the pathway. So we know what we're doing, and all the committees know what they're doing, and we can sort of have a cohesive concert.
Yeah, I'm most interested in that committee aspect, I would say. No one else has really mentioned that. We talked about it a little bit at our last meeting. So does anyone see value in continuing the conversation if there are some questions? Do we have the benefit of having a conversation to answer some questions in the future? So I think we can schedule a meeting and we can do a couple things, right? We can schedule a meeting at a date where we're able to identify some professional facilitation. We can schedule a meeting in the future to work through some questions that someone puts together in a document. We could move together we could go through past documents. There's a strategic plan that sounds like Neil Fulton put together and some of our Gantt charts and create something new from there. So, those are three things that you can do in a space of a meeting, right? You can have it be a facilitated meeting. You could have a meeting where you hear from committees. You could have a meeting where you go through a list of questions or a document that someone prepares, or you can have a meeting where you cobble together a new document from other documents. So in the space of a meeting, that's what I understand as the options. Does anyone disagree with? Okay, Claudette, go ahead. And then I'm going to wrap up.
I am more inclined to agree with Mary. In reviewing, it was interesting in reviewing.
What did Mary say?
Policies.
Just remind us.
What?
What did Mary say that you agree with? I'm sorry.
to really work on the capital budget and plan. The financial policies in the capital budget and plan policy specifically says that we will prioritize those capital plan pieces. We've never done that. I asked for it to be done this past year. We never did that. So if we don't have a clear understanding of what our capital plan is, then we can't budget for it. We can't plan for it. So, and at that time, if we need information from departments, we should get that information from departments. But, and that, I guess, is the whole part of my whole problem. And even with working on a strategic plan or some kind of governing document, we need, I mean, some of the information we won't have. We won't have the road inventory. We won't have the sidewalk inventory, but we're working towards that. And if we continue to hear, especially from Larry, well, I'm doing X, Y, or Z because that is the expectation of the town. Well, we've never determined that recently. But I do agree with Mary that we need to start with identifying our capital plan and setting priorities, figuring out what it is that we can afford, can't afford, when could we afford it, how do we plan, how do we budget for it, how do we, what are the options for all of that
And okay.
infrastructure stuff.
Okay.
That's those.
Okay.
So I think it's premature. Just you call in the committees or you call in the departments and asks.
Don't know the questions to ask yet.
Exactly. So,
Yeah, I think.
Okay.
those are my thoughts.
Well, Marcia had her hand up, and then Mary, if you have something.
I was just gonna say, I agree with that. It's almost like putting this upside down, but it gets to the same place because the assumption is we are going to meet those essential needs that we have to meet. So if you want to start with the capital stuff, you're still doing the same thing and we're getting a plan out of it. So I think that's right.
Okay, Mary.
I would like us to have at least one facilitated discussion to kind of to start us on a path to understanding how some of these pieces fit together. I don't know, when I've had this kind of visioning thing before, it's usually a generalist type facilitator, and maybe that's fine. But if there is some, capital planning person that could facilitate that kind of discussion, that would be okay too. But even if we just put the pieces on the wall and try to get estimates of what are we talking about for cost? What are we talking about for time frame? Which things can we really push out? Which are really immediate? I need a better handle on that. And it may be too that, for instance, Larry, he knows, he knows the roads, he knows or at least he's got a background in that. He's working with this material all the time. But we're sort of off doing our own stuff, our own work. And I think we need to become more familiar with what the priorities are and to have any kind of a informed manner of straightening this out. So I'm getting tired.
So I believe we're actually talking in circles. I think,
Oh,
we said like, we need to know the values, and then we ended up at capital planning. We said we capital plan it, it's like who animates whom, what animates what. And I think I think our next agenda item is to decide on a special, I think if nothing else, I think we need to put a date on the calendar where we're going to talk about these things. I think we should have at our, I think this should be not until the 3rd week in April, because we are going to need at least 2 meetings to define the scope of questions. Like, even if you want a facilitator, I don't even think we know what the ask is of them, right? So I think the role the title's facilitator might make it obvious, but like, what are they facilitating? Just a simple conversation. So, so my suggestion, so I would like to move on to this agenda item, if that's okay, and move on to the next agenda item. And Pam Smith, I see your hand. The next agenda item, which is just simply the administrative task at this point of scheduling a special meeting. I do not believe that it should happen before the 3rd week in April. How do others feel?
I want it sooner, I think. But it depends. Let's see, what are our meetings?
So does it,
34.
while Mary's looking for a calendar, does anyone have any other thoughts?
There is a 5th Wednesday of March, which I'll guarantee you most people have that day open because it isn't very frequent that you get a 5th Wednesday.
1, 2, 3. So it's the 31st, right?
Yep.
Sounds good.
Let's do that.
So I think the note for Miranda is that we have agreed to make the 5th Wednesday of March a special meeting. Quite frankly, the agenda and content to be determined, which means that we have our next meeting. I will take on the task of coming up with that in our agenda. Pam Smith, I would like to take your public oh, go ahead, Marsha, I'm sorry.
I was just going to make a quick suggestion for a
Mhm.
facilitator. Does the VLTC have anything like that?
And I think that's what I want to talk about with her, but I want to like come up with a couple of proposals and put it before the board. Claudette?
Hartford had a extremely good facilitator a couple of years ago when they were working on their capital budget plan.
Can you do some detective work and send that to me?
I can try.
Thank you. Pam Smith, you have your hand up. I'll take your comment with thanks.
Pam Smith, 1445 New Boston Road. It's gratifying to hear this conversation tonight. As you know, I campaigned very, very hard on these very issues. Debt management, capital planning, and if you recall, during the budget interviews with each of the department heads, the fire department came in with spreadsheets, cash flow. Here's the balance we have in our designated fund. Here's the expenditures that we see that we want to make, buy a fire truck, a ladder truck, whatever. And they laid it all out, money in, money out. This is what you need from every department. You guys were putting money in designated funds blindly. You had no idea what you were planning for, what you were budgeting for. You're just throwing money into these funds because they were being requested. What were they being asked for? You don't know. So you need each of those department heads to come to you with that same spreadsheet that Matt Sweat put together for the fire department. That's where those department heads can help you. That's what you need. And, otherwise you're operating blindly. I said in my campaign, you guys are stumbling from one crisis to another, from one budget to another. You're operating in a vacuum. You got to stop doing that. You've got to get information from these department heads on what is it that they think they need and how much money is it going to cost? And do we have enough money in the designated fund? Or, do we need to keep putting money in? And how much do we need to put in each year to meet that goal? Because if you keep going out and borrowing money, you're spending money on interest when you should be putting money aside and earning interest. It's just basic finance, and you guys don't seem to have a grasp on it. It's frustrating. Get your department heads to give you that spreadsheet. Get those from Matt Sweat and look at them. And see
Before the board. The
Please,
Mr. Chairman, the
spreadsheet. I want to acknowledge that. Pam, are you finished with your public comment?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay, with thanks to you. It was heard for sure. Thank you. We hear you. Herb, if it's okay, I will ask you not to respond, but I think you would probably want to point out that there was extensive documentation that was put before the board, regardless of the conversation, the results and the conversation that was had. Okay, as a gesture for that. So I would like to, so I think we've finished this agenda item. We set a date on the calendar with thanks. And so now I would like to, the next item on the agenda is an executive session. Can I have a motion, please, for that?
I move to enter executive session under 1 VSA, section 313A3, to discuss the town manager evaluation and performance improvement plan, and to invite the town manager to join said executive session.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, the motion, this was seconded by Claudette. Okay, and so I would like to,
You have to vote.
yes, I would like to take a vote. Yeah. All in favor, raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye, okay, so we're all in favor. Okay. Is there now another motion to enter executive session? Is that right?
I think we just move in.
Okay, great. So I'm going to put people in the waiting room. Herb, I'm going to talk, just so you know, we're going to talk for what I hope to be no more than 15 minutes, and then we will invite you in, okay?
I'll be right back.
Okay.
2 more. Okay.
I move to enter public session.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor, raise your hand. Aye. Is there a motion to adjourn?
I move to adjourn.
I'll let Rob take this one.
Okay. Is there a second to adjourn?
Second.
Claudette is a second. So it's 11:37. You don't want to hear me talk anymore, but I want to express appreciation for this meeting. I thought it was really productive. Clearly, I would take due diligence to make our agenda items less agenda items, more conversation, with full appreciation to all of you. So thank you. Okay, let's go.
Good
Good night.
Good night.
We need to vote.
Oh gosh.
Oh, we got about. Oh, geez.
And I will improve on that. So all in favor, raise your hand, say aye. Aye. Excellent. Thank you to you all.
Aye.